starting to play as Batman. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, Dreams and Reality. The giant with a bird-shaped head rose from the ground, as if standing on a mothership thousands of meters in the air. His figure towered into the clouds, his clothes fluttered like bandages, and his crescent blade cut through the clouds. The moon god Kangsu. Everyone in the command room saw that thing, a huge and majestic body, with dark eye sockets that seemed to contain a death-like abyss, and the crescent blade was the sickle of the god of death. No one could understand what was going on. They all knew, now that all the unreasonable things they had seen, experienced, and felt so far were just dreams. It was a false reality created by the dream walker, which meant that all dreams should be beneficial to the dream walker. But this giant with a bird's head and a human body obviously seemed to be on the side of the White Knight, following the masked man, and doing the opposite. So unless this masked madman has a strange habit of creating a father for himself and getting beaten, then this giant should not be his work. But if it is not a dream, is it real? Question mark? This thought is even more terrifying, especially the real pressure brought by the giant with a bird's head and a human body. When he stepped down, the whole ship seemed to sink a bit, and every cell of the people who looked directly at him seemed to tell themselves that he was real, and was some kind of god. The agents could no longer believe their eyes. What is real? What is a dream? Not to mention these agents, the dream walker is now staring at the huge figure with wide eyes under the mask, doubting his life, and saying impossible all the time. This is the dream he fabricated, the space he dominates. Everything should be controlled by him, and be arbitrarily transformed according to his thoughts. How could such a thing come in? Question mark? Could it be that the dream he created was invaded by the dream of this White Knight? Is it because he failed to invade the other party's nightmare? The face of the dream walker under the mask was unusually ugly. Dreams are the field he controls, and his most trusted partner. For him, the dream he created was invaded by someone, which felt even more uncomfortable than his wife being invaded. Chu Cheng was also happy at this time. Kangsu logged in himself, and he even had no problem watching from the back row. Although it seemed a bit unfair to defeat the younger one, and then the older one, it was not a big problem. Because the funniest part of this matter was that this most awesome god level Big Daddy was not shaken out by Chu Cheng himself, but by the opponent. It is well known that the moon god Kangsu cannot affect reality, and can basically only blow wind to the moon knight in his spiritual world. But the dream walker invaded the moon knight's mind, opened the door to nightmares, and released Kangsu, who lived in the moon knight's spiritual world, into the nightmare realm he created. It is said that it is easy to invite a god, but difficult to send him away. He accidentally released Kangsu, and it might not be so easy to put it back into the moon knight's mind. Chu Cheng thought that Kangsu might be very happy now. In the past, he had to find ways to trick his good worker Moonlight Knight into doing things for him. He used threats, bribes, and persuading to get him to do things for him reluctantly. Moonlight Knight also always liked to bargain and get discounts, and the final effect was often different from what he expected. As a result, this time, the other party actually took the initiative to release him. Kangsu was no longer sleepy. He had been punishing evil for so many years, but this was probably the first time in his life that he had seen someone so enthusiastic about dying. He was so happy. No, 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 you can't. Dreamwalker stared at him. This is my dream, mine. Do you hear me? Get out of here. Dreamwalker yelled hysterically and raised his cane high. At this moment, people felt that the entire mothership seemed to be grasped by an invisible force. The windshield of the command room began to crack, and the surrounding metal walls began to deform under the terrifying force. Broken pipes and cables exploded, and sparks flew everywhere. The cabin was broken, and the air currents carried glass and metal fragments all over the sky, sweeping towards Kangsu like a violent storm. Kangsu only raised one hand slowly. In an instant, all the fragments in the sky were fixed. The glass shards were crushed into powder, and all the metal parts were crushed into waste paper balls. as if by dozens of times the gravity, until they were compressed into a point and disappeared without a trace. If this scene was already suffocating, then the scene that happened immediately afterwards was simply heart-stopping. Kang-Soo raised the scepter in his hand, and the sharp crescent pointed directly at the dark and boundless night sky. He was the god of the moon and the night. The starry sky was dominated by him. The Dreamwalker's eyes widened, and his mouth under the mask opened wide involuntarily, as if the scene in front of him made his soul tremble involuntarily. He saw the starry sky falling down. Yes, it looked exactly like that. The stars in the sky began to move. Countless shining stars became bigger and bigger in his vision, swooping down at the speed of light, dragging out dazzling brilliance, as if drawing a starry road, rushing straight towards him. Everyone saw the shocking scene that they could not understand. All the stars in the night sky seemed to respond to the call of the moon god, following the direction of the scepter, swooping towards the location of the ship. The Dreamwalker forced himself to stay calm. This is just a dream, not real. He tried to tell himself in his heart. These tricks were invented by him, and he was the best at it. This is his domain, the nightmare he created. At worst, he just needs to remove the ability and wake up immediately. But it didn't happen. He tried his best to activate his ability and yelled hysterically, but when he opened his eyes again, the giant shadow like the god of death was still standing. The stars in the sky were still locking onto his position and falling. That was a scene they could never see even in the most extreme movie special effects. Countless stars exploded in the dream, bursting out like a group of extremely gorgeous fireworks. Each agent saw the night sky being divided into countless pieces, and the colorful starlight filled the entire space. The mothership fell apart under their feet, but they did not fall. The brilliant light effects and the impact of annihilation swept through their eyes and bodies, but did not hurt them at all, as if even the laws of this space had been rewritten for them. The extremely impactful panoramic picture made them all stunned, and for a moment they had the illusion of fighting until the edge of the universe is wiped out. But the Dreamwalker was not so lucky. He felt as if the opponent threw the entire starry sky at him, as if all the stars in the universe had turned into suicide bombs. Each shot made him feel shattered, as if his entire body from skin to bones was annihilated to the molecular level, and then repeated again and again. He always played the role of hunter in his dreams, and today he became the prey for the first time. It's just a dream. The Dreamwalker continued to tell himself, just like countless people who had fallen into his nightmares tried to tell themselves. It's just a dream, just a long and real nightmare, which is what he is best at. He told himself not to be afraid, to face it, to expose its ghostly cloak. It is just so capable, it can't hurt you at all. There is nothing to be afraid of. Don't come over here. The soul seemed to be blown to pieces countless times, and reason was pushed to the edge of collapse. It was an experience that was 100 times more terrifying than pain or death. Under the endless cycle of torture, even death became a luxury. The space was pierced into countless fragments like a mirror, and between the falling stars in the sky, a snow-white cloak flew by, and the moonlight night rushed to his face. The Dreamwalker was lifted up. He now felt that his body was like a patchwork of broken parts, and he could hardly accept his command. I'm not afraid of nightmares, Moonlight Knight said in a deep voice under the mask. That was the character's automatic recovery. Because I live in it. The execution prompt appeared on the screen, and Shu Cheng pressed it without hesitation. Moonlight Knight pulled the other party in front of him, grabbed the crescent dart in his hand, and wiped it like a dagger. The Dreamwalker stared with wide eyes, and his whole head and mask flew out of his neck. After landing, he rolled to the side with blood and bones on the ground. Wake up from the dream. The scene of the galaxy shattering and everything collapsing gradually disappeared, and the fragments of space returned to their original positions, as if they were played upside down, and the stars in the sky also returned to their own positions. The mothership that was blown to pieces also returned to its original state, and countless metal fragments automatically spliced back to parts, and took their places. Everyone returned to the bridge. Although the command room was a little messy, it was still intact. Their mothership was not torn into pieces, but was still floating in the sky. Well, at least it is still in the sky. Kang-Soo was the last to disappear. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Chu Cheng felt that the broken bad seemed a little dissatisfied when it disappeared. Maybe it was a rare opportunity to have such a chance to do it personally without fooling Yuki, but the opponent fell before he could enjoy it for 2 moves. It was a bit unsatisfying. But in the end, his body gradually disintegrated and drifted away with the wind like a grey dust curtain. When they came to their senses, the agents found that their clothes were soaked with sweat. Few people even had the strength to stand. It felt like they had been floating in an endless river for several days and nights and finally being pulled ashore. The strong palpitation gradually faded away, replaced by great fatigue. When the vision was restored and the command room was seen again, the man had turned into a headless corpse in a tuxedo, and the head wearing a mask had rolled far away, and the white knight who turned the tide had disappeared. Many people began to be confused. They couldn't tell which of the series of scenes they had just seen were real and which were dreams. A deafening engine roar came from outside the command room. Everyone turned around and saw the jet fighter that looked like a bat rising slowly from the front of their window, with transparent tail flames spitting out from the bottom. It turned around as if it had locked onto the horizon, and the propeller spewed out transparent tail flames with a roar and soon disappeared into the clouds from everyone's sight. Chapter 102 Exhibit A086. Agent Felix Grove opened his eyes. It took him a few seconds to realize that he was lying on the cold floor of the mothership, but he couldn't remember why he was there. He tried to get up, but as soon as his face left the ground, he felt a sharp dizziness in his brain and almost lost his balance again. It made him feel like his brain was an old computer that had just been forced to restart after being forced to run a program that exceeded its capacity limit. He patted his forehead, and memories came back to his mind one after another in the next few seconds. Today was the day for routine reports. He came to the mothership to report the content of a certain mission to his superiors, and then he was about to go to the hangar. Oh, right. He encountered the infected. It was like a scene in a horror movie, and multiple infected suddenly rushed into the aisle like ghosts. He tried his best to resist, but was soon pinned to the ground by the infected. He felt suffocated, and the last picture before the memory was interrupted was the terrifying faces of several infected almost sticking to his face. He suddenly remembered what happened, and at the same time, he was so shocked that his whole body shuddered, and even his mind became clearer. He turned his head subconsciously, but froze suddenly when he saw what appeared in front of him clearly. A woman's face. The messy hair covered half of her face, and her face looked uglier than a dead person. Her eyes were wide open, and the expression frozen on her face was grotesque and terrifying, and her open mouth looked like she wanted to eat someone. Felix heard a scream from his throat that didn't belong to him. He quickly stepped back and tried to touch the gun, but found that the holster on his body was empty. But fortunately, the next moment, he soon found that the woman was dead. The metal wall on one side of the aisle broke, and the steel bars extending from it pierced her chest. Her twisted limbs maintained a movement, as if she was ready to pounce, and her 10 fingers were spread out hideously, but they were already solidified like a sculpture. It was not just this female infected person. Several infected bodies were lying around. Some were cut into human sticks and some had their heads cut off. The whole aisle was in a mess and blood was flowing. The pistol in his holster was thrown aside casually, stuck in the crack of the wall, and the magazine was empty. Felix then lowered his head and looked at his hands, only to see that his hands were covered with blood without knowing when. He felt confused. What just happened? The mothership docked in the port of the base without any danger. When the senior executives who gathered in the conference room urgently saw Professor Miyazaki appear at the door of the conference room with a mummy-like bandage on his head, many people showed surprised expressions. Professor Miyazaki? Dr. Hines said, I heard that you headshot? Don't worry, I'm lucky and it's just a scratch. If the bullet had missed by 2 centimeters, even if it was a special person, I'm afraid I would have to die first. He smiled jokingly, pulled out a chair and sat down, as if he felt that the attack on the base and his headshot were not a big deal at all. Many people looked skeptical and felt a little strange about the lucky fact that he was only scratched by a headshot, but they didn't ask much. Professor Miyazaki is the highest authority on research related to infection events, and he himself is a psychic. Psychics have physical strength different from that of ordinary people, and extraordinary self-healing abilities. Even if it is a headshot injury, if you are really lucky enough to avoid the fatal parts, it is not impossible to get scratched. Then they briefly sorted out what happened today. In short, it seems that the door of the lunatic asylum was stolen today, and a group of lunatics rushed in swaggeringly, and then Mr. Bat, who did not want to reveal his name, followed with his accomplices. After beating up the lunatics, they tied them up and stuffed them into their lunatic asylum, and then left. Not to mention Shu Cheng. Now even the natives in this Skygrave have begun to doubt the composition of their lunatic asylum. Especially the doctor who patted his chest and guaranteed that even mosquitoes could not fly into this thing. Now more than one person has the idea of dragging him out to patch him upside down. After reviewing and summarizing, although they were caught off guard, the agents actually performed quite well in the face of a large number of invading infected people. The infected people were quickly subdued by agents in various areas, but most people were caught off guard by the enemy with the ability to create dreams. They had never faced such an ability and had almost no means of dealing with it. So in the end, Batman suddenly brought his white accomplices to Airborne and solved the problem. After the incident, they found that the fire near the power cabin seemed to have been put out by them. The Batfighter put out the fire in the power cabin, where the fire was spreading rapidly from the outside. Otherwise their graves might have really been fast forwarded to the reserved program of hoeing the ground. Now they don't know what to say. From the results, it seems to be good, but for some reason, this grave now gives them the feeling of the back garden of Batman's house. People found that there was grass growing in the garden, so they came to weed it. After weeding, they also watered their flowers and plants. Then they ate melons, and watched and shouted 666 on the side. Thinking about it, I feel a little powerless and a little raw. Of course, like the ability of the dream system, the appearance of the White Knight and the series of omnipotent JPG images it brought also shocked the witnessing agents. Professor Miyazaki explained that the White Knight might also have a certain degree of dream-making ability, but some witnessing agents believed that it was not that simple. You didn't see that thing directly. An agent said this when he was questioned afterwards, showing an expression of awe and some lingering fear. That indescribable thing, I have never seen anything like it. When you look at it, it's as if your soul is being grabbed by someone. Even your breathing is controlled, as if your body no longer belongs to you. More than one agent said that they had similar feelings. So even though the old thief finally told them that it was just a dream that might have seemed particularly real because of the operation of the five senses, these testimonies still cast a mysterious veil over the Moonlight Knight in the 9 departments. Although some people are concerned about the ability of the dream system and the unscientific performance of the White Knight, they are not the most important thing now. The most important core issue now, which is also the fundamental reason why their home was so easily robbed this time, is that there is a mole in the mental hospital. Agent Chen Miayu. Professor Miyazaki leaned back in his chair and said with great confidence. Everyone present showed a solemn expression. Chen Miayu is not an ordinary agent. Her rank in the 9th division is not low. If an agent of this rank is a mole, then the problem is quite serious. But then again, it is impossible to have the opportunity to disarm their alarm system in advance without a high level of authority. This is a very serious accusation. Minister Hercules said, "Are you sure?" "Of course." Professor Miyazaki crossed his legs and pointed to his bandaged head. "She fired the bullet in my forehead." There was a small commotion in the conference room. Agent Chen Miayu didn't show up. Does anyone know where she is? She's no longer on the mothership. The mothership invasion may be just a cover, and the dreamer's ability is more conducive to creating chaos. I think she may have left long before the dreamer arrived at the command room. Professor Miyazaki said lazily. I arranged 4 people to search for her at the ground base and her known residence. There has been no reply yet, but I don't hold out much hope. Everyone's expression became more serious. A senior agent from the 9th department is involved with an organized criminal group of infected people. Minister Hercules hummed, but at least we can't hear any worse reports. In fact, it may not be just the infected organization. Professor Miyazaki said casually. What do you mean? The professor sat up straight, revealing a mysterious expression, as if he was keeping things a secret. I've seen the bodies. Most of the enemies who invaded the mothership were indeed infected people, but the masked man who created dreams was not an infected person. Everyone looked at each other. Then it's a special person? Someone asked. No. Professor Miyazaki said, I think he is a phantom. Everyone was stunned. Phantom? You mean? Yes, it's similar to our little Agent Fana and the one separated from Agent Luo before. Professor Miyazaki said, the enemy we are facing, the organization called Death Soldier, may have a considerable number of phantoms among them. This is also not good news. Phantoms are more terrifying than simple infected people, and Luo Yajan's case has proved this. Infected people are more or less limited by the fragile human body, but phantoms are not. They are brand new individuals separated from the spirit, and how strong their physical upper limit can be is completely unknown. Not to mention that phantoms are likely to be accompanied by special abilities that are hard to guard against, such as this dream control. If we talk about bad news, we have some bad news here. Minister Shi Jinqiang said, we counted the items in the warehouse and found that an evidence was missing. The evidence was lost. Is it important? No, it's just a D-level evidence, numbered A086. Minister Shi said, but if they went to such great lengths to get that thing from the beginning, it must be something special. There is another thing about this evidence. It may be just a coincidence, but evidence A086 is the evidence brought back by our former action team leader Leng Ji on his last mission, just before he defected. Everyone's face changed slightly when they heard this name. The Leng Ji who is at the top of the wanted list? Of course. Minister Shi said, do you know any other defecting agents named Leng Ji? Another interesting name is involved. Minister Hercules rubbed his temple. Then what is the use of that evidence? That's the problem. Minister Shi said helplessly, we don't know. Chapter 103 Doubles Mode. The fifth alarm rang. After Chu Ching had overcome the alarm clock's blockade, he finally sat up from the bed on time and yawned lazily. Last night was really tough. He had originally thought that he would finish the task as soon as possible and get rid of the tree-like infection source and then log off and run away because his mother bought a ticket for the morning train today and had to get up early to see him off. So he had to get up early today. But who would have thought that his teammates were so bad and the crystal was stolen without him paying attention? It would be inappropriate for the jungler not to go back to rescue them. Even if he didn't worry about the fate of the Sky Grave, he was reluctant to give up the experience that was delivered to his door. In fact, from the perspective of benefits, it was still good. After going around the grave, he got a lot of economic benefits. He couldn't control how his teammates were doing, but at least he was developing well, so he didn't lose this wave. The only flaw was that he played till late at night and was weak again in the morning. With the help of the drug buff, Chu Ching managed to get out of bed, but judging from the way his mother looked at him, he guessed that he might still have some dark circles under his eyes. Now, this Special Service Division 9 even began to make him feel a little unsure of his location. When he first saw the airbase with great power, the first thing he thought of was either a graveyard or a lunatic asylum. Now, he began to feel that it was a bit like a 5-star hotel. Because the entire organization is either full of lunatics or cooks, and the tactical thinking that is implemented may be more inclined to collapse, retreat, sell, and slip away, and the highlight is that it is a good place to eat. Thank you brothers, I'm full. Unexpectedly, after walking downstairs for a short distance, I actually saw Fana, who had just separated yesterday, standing across the street, holding a small bag in her hand, looking around as if waiting for someone. When she saw them coming down, her eyes lit up, and she quickly walked up and handed over the small bag in her hand. Chu Cheng was stunned for a moment. For us? The girl nodded gently. Huang Liping took the bag and opened it to take a look. Inside were some desserts and snacks, which were exactly the desserts from the internet celebrity shop that they had passed by yesterday and wanted to buy, but had already sold out. But Chu Cheng remembered that the shop had just opened not long ago, and it was said that there was a long queue outside the door from very early every day. In particular, the taro paste cake in the bag was a specialty of their shop, and if you went a little later, you would definitely not be able to grab it. Chu Cheng couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. So she should have been at least 7 o'clock, maybe before 6 o'clock, to line up just to buy such a small bag of desserts, and then waited here stupidly for a whole morning to watch them come down. When we had dinner yesterday, we said that Huang Liping had a ticket for this morning. Maybe she remembered it. But why? Chu Cheng was puzzled. Even if they were colleagues, they had only eaten together once, and they were far from being so familiar, right? The girl smiled. Friends, she said. Huang Liping accepted her gift, and after being polite, she enthusiastically said that Chu Cheng could bring her back to play next time he went back to his hometown. It was at this moment that the car Chu Cheng called from his mobile phone arrived, so they parted ways. Chu Cheng suddenly thought of the children he saw at the orphanage last night when he was operating Batman, and then he thought of Fanna's past. This gave him a strange idea. Maybe for him, they just happened to meet and had a meal together. But for the girl, this might be the first time that someone else appeared at her table. Until the car was about to drive out of the street, Chu Cheng looked back and could still see the girl standing at the intersection. She was wearing a white dress, like a white carnation on the side of the road, standing there and watching from such a distance. The next second, I don't know if it was an illusion, he seemed to see a woman in red standing behind the girl, her long black hair covering most of her face, looking weird and gloomy. But she seemed to be waving at this side. Chu Cheng suddenly remembered that at dinner yesterday, the girl mentioned her family. Not alone, she said at the time, with mom. Could it be that the mom she was talking about was? Chu Cheng came to his senses and looked in that direction through the car window again. But the car had driven too far and the girl's shadow had disappeared into the crowd and could no longer be found. After sending his mother away, Chu Cheng did not go to school. Anyway, the roll call and sign-in were left to his good brother for the time being, and Chu Cheng went straight back to his room and turned on the computer. After a busy night, it was natural to count the spoils. As soon as the computer started the game, the main interface appeared, and the reward settlement after last night's mission immediately popped up. The first thing that caught his eye was the logo with a striking lightning effect, indicating that his account had been upgraded again. This cheered up Chu Cheng. Account upgrades often mean more functions, unlocking more modules, and also means that he has taken another step forward on the road to transcendence. This upgrade was indeed accompanied by new functions. The first function introduction that popped up told him that the 3-person team that the player was currently operating had finally been upgraded to the 4 Heavenly Kings, and now the player could take 4 characters out at a time. But this is not simply to say that he now has 3 substitutes, because this upgrade also unlocked another new feature that he had been looking forward to for a long time. Team function. Of course, this team function is not like before, where one person goes up to fight, and the rest stays behind to take care of the water dispenser, but a real team battle, which allows players to send 2 heroes to fight at the same time. Last night, when Chu Cheng was operating the 2 personalities of Moonlight Knight in a mixed doubles in his dream at the same time, he thought that, since this game has a hero team battle mechanism, it is very likely to be unlocked later. But I didn't expect it to come so quickly, and it was unlocked in this upgrade. So Chu Cheng didn't hesitate much, and immediately started to enter the previous teaching level for simulation. The tutorial levels that were played at the beginning of the game are all saved, allowing players to return to the teaching level at any time to practice again, and it is also convenient to test the new heroes on new Gamma player later. After a simple test, Chu Cheng also roughly saw the Gamma play of this new function. In fact, it is basically the same as I thought before, similar to the doubles mode of the Arkham series. Players can freely switch between the 2 characters. When the player controls one of the characters, the other character will be replaced by AI, and the cooldown of the switching of the control right is only 1 second, which is almost non-existent. If the operation is skillful enough, with the help of the system, one can completely rely on one person to play the effect of a team double. Then the AI intelligence of such a mode is very important. After all, there is a saying that you are not afraid of godlike opponents but pig-like teammates. When your teammates are sending heads flying, you may even have the urge to press him in the fountain to hang up, wondering if it would be a little easier to fight if there is one less person. But fortunately, after going back to the initial tutorial for simulation, Chu Cheng found that you can't say how see the control of the AI teammates is, but at least he doesn't send heads. It's just that the AI at this stage still looks like a vassal of the player. Basically, it can only be said that when the hero controlled by the player goes to kill someone, he will help by the side, and you can't say that you let him independently complete the work of flanking, reconnaissance, cutting people and squatting. Then the new mode description also stated that there are combo skills when specific characters are matched, which can improve combat efficiency. For example, Batman and Superman, Iron Man and Captain America, Green Lantern and Flash, etc. This kind of team that has tacit understanding and cooperation in the original work is recognized and authenticated in the system. Some heroes have combo skills when paired together in combat skills, and some also come with buffs, which are said to have a small improvement on the hero's abilities and attributes. Of course, this does not mean that Chu Cheng must be familiar with all the American comic character relationship lists in order to pick out these combinations. He must list all the American comic characters that have collaborated and are related in history and memorize them in a clear order. Even that is not much easier to memorize than the periodic table. Fortunately, the system will automatically help him complete this part of the identification. When Chu Cheng chooses two suitable heroes to team up together, a best match prompt will pop up on the screen, telling him that the selected hero character is the best match. It feels like something strange has sneaked in. Chapter 104 B-Class Teleportation Array. In addition to unlocking the function of teaming up for dual line combat, upgrading naturally requires the development of new personal abilities of players. This time, I scanned the hero pool filled with many newcomers, and after repeated hesitation, I decided to leave the opportunity to the team's only designated new C player, Moonlight Knight. In fact, there is nothing to hesitate from the perspective of ability alone. After all, there are almost no psychic characters in his current pool. When you look at the skill pool, Moon Knight's list is undoubtedly the most exciting. Not to mention the basic strength and physical enhancement, there is also the mysterious ability to see and touch spirits and punish ghosts and souls. But Chu Cheng has currently observed that most of the infected people in this worldview are weird, and it is still unknown whether real ghosts are produced locally, so it is hard to say whether this ability is useful. But if there are evil ghosts in this world, then this is a bit critical. There are a lot of American comic heroes, but the proportion of those who play mutations and engage in technology is obviously far greater than those who study metaphysics. No matter how strong the abilities of other heroes are, they have no resistance to ghosts, which makes Moon Knight's special attack against ghosts quite precious. In general, there are quite a few enviable skills in Moon Knight's skill pool. The only thing that makes people feel uneasy is that the description of hero skills in this game is too abstract. No one knows whether schizophrenia is a skill for Moon Knight. It would be a bit painful if you draw this. Unfortunately, just to verify the so-called conservation of character in the heavens and the worlds, the first two times I drew skills, I got Captain America's fighting and super strength. Maybe it was too much. This time Chu Cheng perfectly avoided all the cheating skills of Moon Knight, including super self-healing and clairvoyance, and got firearms expertise. Before becoming Moon Knight, Mark Spector, Moon Knight, was a brave and combative mercenary. He was very skilled in the application of various weapons, so naturally there was this skill in the pool. You can't say it's useless, but it's definitely not the best option. The main reason is that it's not so easy to try this skill. After all, there's no one who can do it. Although men are not without guns, it is definitely not within the scope of application of this skill, so it has to be put aside for now. Then it's time to draw cards from the card pool, which is the most important part. But this time, as soon as the card drawing interface opened, the opening lightning gave Chu Cheng a surprise. The card pool that previously only had one C-level teleportation array option actually opened a new pit next to it, marked with the words B-level teleportation array. B-level teleportation array. You can consume hero points to activate the teleportation array, which can summon more powerful superheroes or hero equipment items. Each activation of the teleportation array requires 50 hero points. Chu-Cheng. Finally, a higher level teleportation array. Originally, he had prepared himself for the high level teleportation array to swallow 500 points at a time, but he didn't expect that this system would be so conscientious and there would be no price increase for upgrading the card pool. It makes me cry. 99% of the C-level teleportation arrays are ordinary people. Even if superheroes occasionally appear, their strength is not at their peak, and there is a limit to how strong they can be. It can be imagined that 80% of the B-level pool should be dominated by superheroes, and even if the characters that come out are 9 out of 10, they are stronger than those in the C-level pool. There is no need to hesitate in this wave, and he will lead the charge directly. The first shot was a special effective delivery, not a thank you for participating. Chu-Cheng was excited at the time, thinking it was a good sign that this wave might take off and woohoo. But when he looked closely, he found that the delivery was a razor. Chu-Cheng. He opened the introduction with a confused look on his face and found that it was really a razor. Unlike the coquettish and cheap things in the supermarket outside, it was a razor used by Wolverine. Chu-Cheng was very upset. My goodness, system, you with thick eyebrows and big eyes are actually playing with the star effect here? Previously, there was the live broadcast promotion of Pangazitio, and now there is the promotion of the superhero game card pool, right? Okay, steady. I thought it was just a strange thing, but I didn't expect that this was just the starting point. Then he drew several strange things with unknown meanings, most of which he had never heard of, and only one Hulk's legendary pants stood out among these strange things. However, even after studying the pants for a while, he still couldn't see anything special about them. He was not convinced. In his impression, Hulk's pants were similar to Sun Wukong's pants in Dragon Ball, and they should be of the same level. Judging from the performance, the hardness was not necessarily lower than Captain America's vibranium shield. First of all, this thing had to be able to withstand the size of Hulk's transformation, which frightened Thor and gave him nightmares. Then, he had to accompany him through fire and water and fight aliens every day, and take an Infinity Stone. The opponent threw a city-destroying move, and even Hulk was lying down. After the opponent observed remotely, he went back to report that our army failed to penetrate the enemy's pants. Of course, the performance of the pants was mostly due to the mysterious power given by the great god Hexy. After all, the Avengers was a work for all ages, and it had to be considered that it should not be too exciting for the children who rush to the cinema on weekends. So after Chu-Cheng's research, without the protection of the river crab god, it is really just an ordinary pair of pants, and the elastic is broken. Damn. What use is it for me to have a pair of green-haired baboon pants? If you want to give it to me, it should at least be Black Widow, Wanda, Supergirl, etc. Crossed out. Chu-Cheng's good impression of this B-level pool that did not increase in price a few minutes ago is rapidly declining. He thought that it was no wonder that the points of this pool did not increase after the upgrade. After all this time, it was further developed by the unscrupulous merchant K-Club's card selling ideas, and the pool was filled with some meaningless scraps. But fortunately, although this thing felt like a scam at the beginning, it still had some Scrodinger's conscience. Although there were a lot of meaningless things stuffed in, it seemed that the probability of getting good stuff was not that low. 3 shots and 10 consecutive shots were thrown down in one breath. Finally, just when Chu-Cheng's hero points that he had finally accumulated after so many days were about to hit the bottom again, the golden light that saved the fate of the non-African appeared. Chu-Cheng pulled out the first superhero he had shipped from the B-level pool. A red and blue figure emerged from the dazzling golden light. Slim, yet powerful. The tight red and blue uniform, the elastic fabric with a spandex texture, and the red part of the body painted with interwoven black webs, like a huge spider web. The Marvel superhero, the popular king, that makes Em and Sony inseparable, a member of the Avengers, a friendly neighbor who is loved by everyone, and makes flowers bloom, the amazing Spider-Man. 3 updates today. The current average subscription is 3,800 plus, and it is almost 4,000. Please continue to ask for monthly tickets and follow-up subscriptions. Chapter 105, Taking Back Our City. Spider-Man, in terms of popularity, is definitely a household name not only in Marvel, but also in the entire American comics circle. Even passers-by who know nothing about superheroes should have heard of this name. When Chu Cheng was in elementary school, he recommended Batman, which he had just become fascinated with, to the neighbor's kid. The neighbor's kid showed a disdainful expression at the time and said, "Oh, I know this. He was bitten by a bat and then gained superpowers. He copied my Spider-Man." Then they evolved from the most sincere greetings to each other's families to an unlimited free wrestling competition on the elementary school playground. Although this may be a rare case, it at least shows that Spider-Man's origin story is well known. In short, there is a good young man named Peter Parker who has a positive outlook and good grades. One day, he was bitten by a spider and gained powerful superpowers. From then on, he became the righteous hero Spider-Man who punishes evil and promotes good. There is a saying in the superhero industry that parents have boundless power. If you put all the first generation of Avengers together, you can only make a pair of parents. Not only is this pair contributed by Thor alone, but even they are gone in the later period. So as a factory setting, the starting point of the little bug who returned from the Marvel orphanage is naturally not low. Then, as if the buff is not stacked up enough, Uncle Ben, who is like a parent to the little bug, is also included in the origin story. Before his death, Uncle Ben taught the little bug that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This is both the motto that spurs the little bug forward and his shackles, causing him to be involved in things far beyond his ability more than once. He sacrificed a lot but also saved countless lives. Carrying the death of Uncle Ben and his extraordinary abilities, the little bug, as a teenage superhero, has since embarked on the story of picking up girls at school, doing chivalry to pick up girls, and working as a part-time worker. Chu Cheng immediately felt excited. The appearance of Spider-Man also marked that the overall strength level of his small heroic team has been raised. He can see more and more of the grand blueprint of a future full of heroes. What does it mean that Batman wins the game and unlocks all the heroes in the Justice League, Avengers, and superheroes? I'll just bet on it. When he first saw Spider-Man played by Tobey Maguire at his neighbor's house as a child, he fell in love with this superhero at first sight. So the little bug can be regarded as his childhood, and he can also be regarded as a treasure of this hero. Superhuman reflexes. Are you still afraid of too many enemy guns? Are you still troubled by the enemy's too strong firepower? Spider-Man's reflexes will let you say goodbye to the fear of guns forever. Unlike the predictive dodge of martial arts heroes, as long as you are faster than the gunman, Spider-Man's dodge can allow you to dance and jump without getting hurt in a full circle of 3,600 turn Gatling gun firepower net. Super strength. Under normal circumstances, he can lift 15 to 25 tons of weight with his bare hands. When he is idealistic, he has lifted hundreds of tons of things. It is clear that he is an agile hero who can steal Hulk's job. My mother no longer worries that I didn't brake on the train. Spider sense. Spider-Man can imagine himself as a spider at the center of a spider web. The air around him is the spider web he weaves. The vibration of each silk thread can alert him to danger. From the opposite perspective, this guy is just like a disgusting AI reading instructions from an old man's ring. I can even dodge the wall lock, and you still say this is not a cheat? It's impossible to list all the abilities one by one. In addition, in the American comics circle, where combat power is always erratic, Xiao Chang's spider sense often drops the line according to the plot, and his 20-ton strength sometimes can't beat the golden fat man who is said to be a well-trained ordinary person, but his performance is worthy of his ability data at other times. It must be basic for you to go out and hang out for a while after the new SSR is shipped, so Chu Cheng excitedly drove Xiao Chang out to try it out. Spider-Man games are also leaders in the comic adapted game circle. Although the copyright has been withheld by Sony for many years, Xiao Chang missed the first train of the comic adapted Avengers. The advantage is that he has many good games. From the Spider-Man 1 movie game with simple graphics, when the technology was immature, to the Marvel Spider-Man later, Chu Cheng has played a lot of Spider-Man games over the years. He is very familiar with various combat system operation modes, so he felt very familiar with the new hero as soon as he started. Especially in this game, the experience of operating Spider-Man to swing the spiderweb, the visual impact of flying and diving between the reinforced concrete jungle, combined with the ultra-realistic game screen with real people, the sense of refreshing operation is almost incomparable. Its operation mode also adopts the Spider-Man operation mode that has gradually matured and unified after years of game exploration. There are two movement modes in the city, swinging on the swing and spiderweb sprint. The first is to swing between buildings like in the movie. This mode moves fastest on streets with high-rise buildings on both sides. The second is spiderweb sprint. Spider-Man shoots spider silk to stick to a specific location, and then uses his super arm strength of more than 20 tons and the strong toughness and elasticity of spider silk to pull his whole body over in one breath. It was similar to Batman's grappling hook, suitable for climbing buildings quickly and flying over rooftops. Chu Cheng got addicted to this feeling after just a short while of swinging. It was an immersive experience, as if the entire city had turned into a huge steel playground. After swinging for a while, a lightning-shaped symbol representing Spider Sense suddenly popped up above Xiao Chang's head, followed by an exclamation mark not far away. Chu Cheng was refreshed. Here comes the guy who's training. The Spider-Man under his control immediately turned around, swapped two spider silks, and swung in that direction. When he swung to the highest point, he did a somersault, and a section of spider silk flew through the air, passed through the building, and stuck to the top of the water tank on the opposite roof. He exerted force, and pulled a gorgeous somersault, then accelerated and sprinted over, landing on the roof next to the exclamation mark. Chu Cheng, who was about to show off his skills and kill people, took a closer look, and found that the exclamation mark was a white cat, lying on the top of a tree, calling helplessly meow. It tried several times with its little paws, but didn't dare to go down. Chu Cheng. Okay, you are worthy of being a friendly neighbor. You really rescue the cat trapped in the tree. Yes, this is very Spider-Man. 2 days ago, somewhere in Jiangdu Underground, in the middle of the room was a long wooden dining table, which was filled with various cold dishes, roasted suckling pigs and turkeys, and colorful fruit platters. The incandescent light tubes were emitting a bleak white light, and the tone was so cold that it was disturbing. The non-mainstream people, some wearing black suits or silver and gold chains, surrounded the dining table and stood stiffly behind the dining table like a team of robots. There was a chair on each side of the dining table, and one person sat in each chair. They were the strong men representing the four most powerful forces in Jiangdu Underground. They are the uncrowned kings who dominate the entire city and the underground world, and they also have huge resources and connections in the white world. Each of them is a powerful person in this city. It can be said that, if these four people put aside their differences and sit together to work together, there is almost nothing they can't do in this city. At least it used to be like this. But times have changed. Today, what they have to face is different from the past. Okay, everyone is here. I think everyone knows why today is, so let's save the nonsense and get straight to the point. A man with a scar on his face at the end of the table spoke solemnly and low. His voice was powerful and low, and it carried the pressure of a superior. What all of us are going to discuss here today is a topic that is of vital importance and is related to the future of all of us and even our descendants. Gathering here at this moment today, we have only one common goal. He paused, a hint of cruelty appeared on his scarred face, and he said the next sentence word by word. Take back our city. Chapter 106 The Four Heavenly Kings Strikes Back. In fact, the reason for this meeting is very simple. The trigger is a series of events that caused a shock to the underground world in Jiangdu not long ago. The cause of the meeting can be traced back to the rampant crazy people in strange costumes in this city. It seems that a certain bad madman started a bad example. Since then, the Red Past Demon, Forgive Robin Hood, Mummy Knight and the like have begun to emerge one after another. At the same time, it also marks the beginning of the troubled days of the Social Brothers in this city. At first, these guys just liked to wander around at night and beat up those unlucky guys who were caught in the act. The Social Brothers thought that they could escape by keeping a low profile and walking less at night and causing less trouble in the future, but they never expected that the group of crazy people were finally not satisfied with being caught in the act, but began to raid homes one by one and kick the clubs. It is said that several clubs in a certain area under the Chopping Knife Gang were visited by this group of crazy people for several consecutive nights, and the clubs, from the big brothers to the little brothers, were beaten up and complained bitterly. One of the small leaders could not bear the humiliation and actually prepared evidence and fled to prison directly. As the saying goes, the lips and teeth are cold. This incident caused a great shock to the underworld in the city. In their eyes, Batman also began to upgrade from a hidden boss that randomly refreshed during the mission to a natural disaster that could not be avoided, even if he stayed in the fountain. It is said that things in the world are unpredictable, and sometimes people in the world are probably going to encounter Batman. They felt that they could not continue like this. This is their city. It has always been like this, and no one has ever dared to make them so embarrassed in their own city. So there was a meeting today. As the saying goes, a desperate dog will jump over the wall, and the people gathered in this room are not easy to deal with. Especially the characters at the dining table, who are known as the 4 heavenly kings of Jiangdu, are definitely not easy to deal with to sit in the position they are in today. They want to change the status quo. This used to be our city. The one who spoke was the scarred man. No one knew his real name, but everyone called him Che Yanluo, the leader of the Chedao gang, one of the 4 major gangs. It is said that when he was young, he killed more than a dozen strong men with a knife alone, covered in blood, and thus established his position as the gang leader. Of course, the gangsters all know that this kind of rumor is just a rumor, and if you really want to find out the truth, it is probably similar to killing 10 strong men with bare hands in 0.2 seconds. But you can't say it is completely false. After all, you don't know whether this bare hand is serious or not. We used to enjoy everything in this city, the highest power, the supreme glory, and even the mayor didn't dare to offend us. Look what happened to us. A group of lunatics who dressed themselves like wild animals, ran wild on our heads all day long. And then we, who should be the kings at the top of this city, and feared by everyone, are actually powerless. In my opinion, this situation will end today. The remaining 3 people looked at each other. After a moment, a short and thin man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks spoke. Che Yanluo, we all agree with what you said. His name is Yamada, the leader of the Jiangan Alliance, one of the 4 major gangs. But that's the problem. They make us helpless. Be it Batman or the guys who came after him, they are all elusive, and can often match an entire team of elite soldiers single-handedly. We have no way. So what? Does that make them invincible? Che Yanluo said coldly. Do I need to remind you? All of us present here have climbed up by stepping on countless bones. We have experienced worse situations before, and no matter what kind of difficulties we have never given up. I have seen hell with my own eyes, and seen corpses everywhere. Hell, I fought my way out of there, and it was purgatory that shaped me into who I'm today. I believe the same is true for the 3 of you here, otherwise we would not have reached the heights we are today. But what is the situation now? A group of crazy people in strange costumes, and who don't play by the rules, have scared you out of your blood. A man puts a bat-like mask on his face and dresses like Dracula, and you don't even dare to say a word? The other 3 were silent for a moment, and they seemed to feel a little embarrassed when he said that. Then it was Brother Yan, the head of King Cheng sect, who spoke up. You're right, Brother Yan said, but the problem is that this time the opponent is unusual. In our previous battles, whether it was the sheriff or the gang war, there has never been such an opponent. We are not prepared to face it. That's just an illusion they deliberately created. Invulnerable, flying, and powerful. Believe me, I know very well how this works. These are all tricks I have played out long ago. People's hearts always want to believe in rumors. A few words can easily package something that people don't understand into a myth. Although it's not the same as these crazy people, we did the same thing back then. To me, there's nothing special about them. They are just a group of new players who want to get a piece of the pie in Jiangdu, where the power has long been divided. They use new methods that we have never seen before to attract people's attention, and pretend to be gods and ghosts in order to create an illusion, then fan the flames and make us afraid. Maybe they do have a few tough guys, but I would say they are just cowards hiding in masks, and a group of greedy guys who covet our territory. In the end, these greedy and overconfident guys will be defeated by us, just like those guys before. Che Yanluo paused, and his eyes swept over several colleagues one by one. I believe that those who can fight out of that bloody era, and have the qualifications, to be on an equal footing with me, Che, should not lack this kind of blood, right? It must be said that these words are indeed effective, and the other 3 people were indeed persuaded by him. The main reason is that they weighed the pros and cons and thought that this is really not a solution. Those flashy heroes randomly find a restaurant to kick the door every few days, and no one knows which one will come first, the natural disaster or Batman. After a little thought, they all knew that Che Yanluo was right. If this continues, the end of all of them will either be to spend the rest of their lives in the hospital relying on oxygen tubes or to hide behind iron bars like the little boss of the club before to seek safety. The best case scenario is that the 4 of them can apply to be roommates after they enter, and at least they can play matching when they are bored for the rest of their lives. Of course, that is unacceptable to all of them. As Che Yanluo said, this is their city, and no one can change that. Well, you are right. The first person to agree was the remaining leader of the 4 Heavenly Kings named Matthews, who is the current head of the Matthews family gang. So since we are talking about this, I guess Che Yanluo should have a plan. The reason why we have been unable to fight back so far is because we have been in a passive position. Che Yanluo said coldly. I have summarized their action mode. They always like to hide in the dark and attack by surprise, giving priority to catching single targets. Our people are always caught off guard, and by the time they react, they have already fallen into the opponent's pace. After all, Che Yanluo has been in the underworld for a long time, and has the most experience. Although he has never seen an opponent like this before, he is at least the kind of small fish that will use his brain, after being fried for a long time. Even if he can't beat him, he will think about how to prevent stealing from the back row or even counter-camping the big brother next time. So this time, we have to take the initiative to lure them into the trap. Che Yanluo sneered. Once we can lure them into the trap and let them step into the trap we set up in advance, then one bullet will be enough to tear off the cloak of the myth. Just watch, I will prove that even Batman is just a matter of one bullet. The other 3 people were also active in their minds, and soon understood what he meant. Brother Yan from King Chengman was the first to give a wave of rainbow farts, saying that it was indeed a brilliant plan by Che Yanluo. So he immediately suggested that it would be better to let Brother Yamada's Jiangan Alliance set up traps first and design a scene to lure Batman or any other transvestite lunatic into the trap. Then Brother Yamada would pretend to be defeated and lure the enemy deeper. Then we would have 2 breads and cheese sandwiches. Before he finished speaking, Yamada was not happy. He slapped the table on the spot and said, "Get lost, you are pretending to be defeated. What if I really lose? When my people get on, they will be pressed by the bat, and then you bastards will collapse and run away one by one, and I'm the clown in the place." Of course, Brother Yan was just saying this, not expecting the Jiangan Alliance to really step forward as bait. After all, even if they say they are brothers, they are just fake. If anyone really says they are willing to stick up for their brothers, it would be a lie that is so real that ghosts would shake their heads when they hear it. Enough. Che Yanluo interrupted them and said, "I know it is difficult for everyone to trust each other, but now it has come to a critical moment of life and death. Just this time, we must put aside our prejudices and the barriers of the past. This time, the opponent requires us to work together and all of us need to stand together. Either fight side by side or die together, understand?" No one spoke, and it seemed that everyone agreed. "Very good," Che Yanluo said in a deep voice. "Then let's talk about the specific action plan." Chapter 107. He is dancing. Wanting to gank Batman is a big project. Although Che Yanluo said that there is nothing to be afraid of these fancy masked guys, it would be a lie to say that he is not afraid at all. In fact, it is mainly because the area under his jurisdiction was attacked a while ago, which made him feel too urgent, and he felt that it was necessary to fight back. Not to mention that they will cause a heavy blow to the enemy, but they have come to their doorstep, and they have to at least resist to show their strength. After all, if you are a toad, you will jump when you are poked. It would be better if they can really kill, or even capture one of the enemies alive. In that case, they will have a chance to find out the identity of the enemy, and maybe they can find out what kind of organization is behind the scenes and what they are facing. As the old saying goes, what really makes people fear and uneasy is the unknown. The criminals in the whole city don't know what they are facing, but if they can take off the masks and remove the disguise of those masked vigilantes, then they can play according to the rules familiar to the criminals, and there will be nothing to be afraid of. Of course, they didn't have Batman's phone number, and those heroes were like ghosts, and they couldn't be found just by looking for them. However, according to current observations, they seem to randomly refresh the scenes of crimes in various parts of the city, so this provided them with an idea. As long as they created a crime, it would be fine. So Che Yan Luo found his capable subordinate Feng Quanhu, and said to him, "Huzi, I have an important task to give you." Huzi patted his chest at the time, saying that Big Brother, you can say it, Huzi will never frown for Big Brother. So Che Yan Luo said, "Okay, then you go and get beaten, Huzi." But Che Yan Luo also quickly explained that they were actually preparing to set a trap to attract some crazy people who can fly over the eaves and walls. For this, someone has to sacrifice a little and put the interests of the whole community above their own. After discussion, the organization decided to do it. Of course, it would definitely not work to just pretend to fight. The other person is not a fool, and he will definitely not be fooled by just making a few gestures, so he had to make a real show and fight like a real person. Huzi had a bitter face at that time, and asked what to do if Big Brother really beats me to death. Che Yan Luo waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, if you really beat me to death, I will take care of your wife and children. Your wife is so beautiful, how can Big Brother treat her badly?" Huzi, Atash percent and the joint action of several major gangs is also very strong. They acted immediately. That night, they found an area with chaotic public security and a high probability of boss spawning. Several fierce looking guys went up and pressed Huzi and started to beat him. But the big boss above felt that beating was not enough, so he called and said that you should not only beat him, but also scold him like it was real, so that the performance would be more realistic. So one of them waved his fist and cursed, "CNM, you went out to have sex and asked me to pay you back for the money I paid. Fuck." Another person followed suit and cursed, "CNM, I went to have sex and wanted to borrow money, but you didn't lend it to me. What's wrong? Do you think I can't pay back those lousy guys?" Then the third person also started, "CNM, last time we went to have sex together, you insisted on snatching the lady I liked. Are you crazy?" Huzi was beaten and vomited blood, cursing in his heart, "These guys are definitely taking revenge." At that time, I was thinking that I must beat these guys to pieces after the matter was over. As a result, they fought for most of the night, and it was already early morning, but there was no sign of Bat. In the end, they were tired of fighting, and tentatively said that the boss felt that he would not come today, so why not leave it like this for now? After discussing it, the bosses above had no choice but to leave it like this for today, bandage it up, and call it a day. Huzi, who was beaten black and blue, just breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, but the next sentence made him spit out blood again. "Continue tomorrow night." Huzi, Atash. Percent he suddenly felt that he had solved the case. The idiot Che Yan Luo was definitely targeting him, premeditated, and he had been thinking about his wife from the beginning. So he beat him up all night the next day. Huzi swore that he would never dream that he would miss Batman so much in his life. When the Batman didn't want to see him before, he was like a ghost. He would tremble with fear when he went out to pee and saw the black. Now he begged for help all night long, hoping that Batman would come out quickly so that he could escape from the sea of suffering. But this idiot just disappeared like a god, and he didn't make any noise after being beaten for 2 nights. It was really a big blow. It was not until today, the third night, that Huzi's torture finally ended. Today they started working very early, before it was dark. Huzi had been acting for 3 days, and was already familiar with the role. He came up and asked the director where he was laying. Then he straightened his legs and closed his eyes with an attitude of "it's up to you GKD." He had already given up. But as the saying goes, everything will turn around after reaching its extreme, just as the stock can rebound after hitting the bottom, and the character can also take off after hitting the bottom. I didn't expect that today. Before he got hit by a few punches, the savior would appear. A thug was kicking someone hard while cursing, and he was having a great time kicking when he suddenly felt a weight on his ankle. A huge force pulled him down suddenly and immediately dragged him out and hung him upside down on a high platform not far away. After 2 days of torture, the people who were almost paralyzed suddenly perked up. It's finally here. Then they saw a slender guy in a tights that looked like red and blue pajamas, doing a 720 degrees turn and 3.5 backward flips, which not only shocked the Olympic judges, but also hit Newton's coffin. He landed in front of everyone. I hope I didn't disturb your fun. Spider-Man landed in a superhero-like pose and then stood up. Although I also think the combination of tights and leather jackets is a bit ugly, he looked at Uzi who was lying on the ground and seemed to be studying his outfit seriously. But it doesn't have to be like this, right? Not really. So why don't you stop and talk instead of getting physical? HMM. As soon as Spider-Man landed, those people stopped beating him. Several thugs quickly helped Uzi up from the ground. At the same time, more people appeared around. There were an astonishing number of minions, and countless guns were pointed at Spider-Man's position, just like an army. This was a place carefully selected by the 4 major gangs. They had prepared a large number of high-quality weapons, a large number of manpower, a perfect encirclement, and all-round coverage. Under such a firepower network, even the most advanced bulletproof equipment could be shot into a sieve. Even for the 4 of them, it was not easy to get such a large number of military-grade equipment in the city to organize such a large-scale encirclement and suppression operation. This wave was also a huge investment. Of course, such a huge investment also meant another thing for the 4 of them. That is, they were determined to win. Oh. The big eyes on Spider-Man's mask shrank a little, and it looked like they were really his eyes. It looks like someone was ambushed. Open fire. The order was issued from the front line, and Che Yanluo said viciously, "Kill that freak." Everyone pulled the trigger at the same time. The gangsters selected to participate in this operation were elites even in the underworld, and many of them had actually experienced firefights. Although they were definitely not comparable to the official soldiers, who had received formal training, they were not rookies who had never touched a gun. But even for them, such a scene and such a shocking firepower network was still the first time they had seen it. This was definitely the largest scale cooperative operation in the history of the 4 major gangs. No one could have imagined that such a configuration was just to deal with one person. The continuous sound of gunfire was like rolling thunder, which almost broke everyone's eardrums. The powerful firepower was like a horizontal storm, which submerged the weak figure in the red and blue tights in just an instant. Everyone pulled the trigger continuously, and immediately replaced the magazine when it was empty, and immediately took out the spare one when the barrel was overheated. This operation almost did not consider the cost. There were enough weapons and ammunition. The firepower continued to sweep, and bullets were poured into the tiny body, as if they were free. I saw a ghost. Matthews on the high observation deck looked at the situation in the center of the battle with a telescope, his face pale. "This is unscientific. What's going on? What did you see?" Brother Yan asked anxiously. Matthews put down the telescope, revealing an expression that seemed to be mixed with doubts about life and shock at the magic of reality. "That freak in tights. He's F***ing dancing in the middle of the fire net. It's another day with 3 updates, and I'm still begging for monthly tickets and subscriptions." Chapter 108 Jiangdu 4 Heavenly King's Point Eggs is not responding. After the other people at the observation point observed the situation below through telescopes, they also fell silent. They were all people who had seen big scenes, at least they claimed to be so. They were all people who had personally experienced and fought out of the gunfight, and they had even seen the crazy people called infected people in the legend. But when they saw the weird scene on the open ground below through the telescope, their brains still crashed instantly. Their brains could not process the images transmitted back by their eyes, as if the picture in the scene conflicted violently with the worldview they had formed since childhood, and the logical contradiction caused a short circuit in the brain circuit, leaving a blank. Jiangdu 4 Heavenly King's point eggs did not respond. Compared with these high-level obs, the minions at the scene felt even more like they had seen a ghost. Just such a thin tights man, with a physique and heavyweight. It seemed that they were not strong enough to fight against the street gangs. And the baby-like appearance of pajamas, compared with Batman's ghost-like appearance in the middle of the night, he seemed to be an unthreatening type at first glance. But this guy was actually dancing in the middle of their hail of bullets. Actually, this description is not quite appropriate, because his movements were more like those of a skilled gymnast than dancing. He jumped with a series of difficult but graceful movements, and bullets like a torrential rain flew dangerously around his limbs and torso. It was as if every bullet was afraid of him, and deliberately avoided him. Everyone knew clearly what they saw, but their brains kept telling them that it was completely illogical and absurd. They saw this guy dodged every bullet one after another. But this was really not a human being. Could there really be a creature that could do this? However, in fact, the word hail of bullets is often used as a rhetorical description. Although the rifle has a fast firing rate, it is not really like weaving a dense firepower network like a rainstorm. It is a bit exaggerated. So in the eyes of ordinary people, the dense bullets that are so fast that they are invisible to the naked eye are like weaving a firepower net in the air that not even water can be poured into it, an absolute death zone. But in Spider-Man's eyes, it is far from that. He can clearly capture the trajectory of each bullet, so in his eyes, this firepower net actually has enough space for him to dodge. In addition, the street thug's shooting skills are often average, and considering the overheating of the barrel and the problem of ammunition capacity, there will be interruptions one after another, so Spider-Man can not only easily dodge all the bullets, but also have time to continue to taunt. Dude, your shot is too far off, right? The original plan was to shoot the bird in the sky, right? Seriously, buddy, haven't you eaten yet? Haha, I didn't hit it again. But to be honest, your gun is really good. Maybe if you work harder, it will be possible. In fact, the thug's ears were almost deafened by the gunshots and they couldn't hear what he was saying, but they could still feel that they were being taunted by the opponent. But no one dared to get angry, because if they found that the opponent was dodging bullets with a series of anti-physics actions that were almost impossible for humans, and could taunt without taking a breath, they would realize what kind of monster they were facing. That's right, most of them came here as desperate people. When the enemy's skills, experience or combat awareness are slightly better than theirs, they may not accept it, may be unwilling, and may be upset. But when the opponent behaves as if he is not a person at all, but an existence that they cannot understand at all, then there is no room for anger and unwillingness, and only unspeakable horror and fear. However, in fact, Spider-Man's series of ultimate showmanship that shocked everyone's worldview in the operator Chu Cheng, it is literally a matter of having hands or feet. Because in fact, this series of gorgeous operations basically only requires one button. Here, Spider-Man's super performance as a hero character available in the game is fully reflected. He does not require players to seize the opportunity to defend and counterattack like when operating a fighting hero. Players only need to hold down a defense button and do not let go, and Spider-Man will do the rest. In the defensive state, Spider-Man's spider sense is fully turned on, and he can automatically defend against almost all attacks that he determines to be dangerous. Whether it is a close combat or a hail of bullets, Spider-Man basically has the fate of missing everything. During this period, if you use the direction keys, Spider-Man can dodge and flip in a specific direction at the same time, which can also better avoid some explosive attacks with a large power range. If you use Spider Silk, you can move at high speed. The existence of Spider Silk allows him to move easily even in mid-air, and he will not become a target because of staying in the air. So although his strength is also very strong, Spider-Man still gives people the impression of an agile player. Compared with other power-type characters, his agility is his most distinctive ability. In the American comics circle, where gods are everywhere, you may find a character with much stronger strength than him, but it is absolutely difficult to find a second hero with the characteristics of dodge maximum agility like him. Besides, if Chu Cheng wanted to, he would have controlled Spider-Man to charge forward and knock down all the gunmen head on. The reason why he didn't do this was not because he wanted to show off and mentally torture his opponents, but because he wanted to test the upper limit of this skill, because it was a rare opportunity. After all, it's not every day that someone would be so considerate to set up such a powerful circle of firepower nets for him to test his skills. In fact, before he landed, Chu Cheng had already used Batman's detective mode to scan and see through the ambush around him, and saw through their small trap. At that time, Chu Cheng was delighted, thinking that someone really sent him a pillow when he was sleepy, knowing that Spider-Man had just unlocked and was eager to try out his skills. So many people were specially arranged for him. Not only did they give him experience, but they also provided him with sparring. It couldn't be more considerate. The torture of the gangsters continued until the gunshots became less and less, and everyone's magazines gradually emptied. The freak in the red and blue tights stood among the shells, and it looked like he didn't even have a thread on his clothes. The next moment, Spider-Man rushed into the crowd. The red and blue after images fell from the sky with a series of gorgeous somersaults. No one could see his movements clearly. Almost at the moment he landed, two people in the crowd flew out with two bangs, one on the left and one on the right, smashing a large area. Then the weirdo shot a large group of white sticky unknown objects with his backhand, which tied up a large area of them. A group of big men were stuck together, with their chests pressed against each other's buttocks. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get out. The gangsters were even more torn. What kind of witchcraft is this? Someone bravely rushed forward, shouting RRR, but he didn't see anything clearly. He only saw a red and blue thing flashing in front of him, and the next second he fell and rolled out. Several people came up shoulder to shoulder, and there was no difference at all. The figure flashed in front of them, and several people fell to the ground with bangs. What's more weird is that even their heads hit the ground almost synchronously. The opponent must have knocked them down in order, but the action was too fast, and he knocked down several of them in one move. They didn't even have a chance to fight back, so they fell to the ground almost at the same second. If there is anything more weird than this, it is that, while the ghost of this freak flew around them, he kept talking non-stop. Brother, honestly, even if it's for the sake of the few hairs left on your head, haven't you considered retiring early? The voice suddenly came from behind one of them. The man turned back in horror, but it was too late. He was hit on the forehead with a bang, and his eyes went black, and he fell directly. The other people nearby heard the voice, and turned their heads quickly, only to see that the figure had already flipped over their heads, and landed in the middle of the other people, while complaining. My goodness, who had garlic for dinner? It smells so strong. Hey, so and so is talking to you. Don't leave in a hurry, you haven't got your change yet. While talking, several more people were knocked down. He moved very fast. Maybe he was on this side 1 second, and the next second the voice came from the other side. The endless trash talk not only tortured the already tense crowd psychologically, but also gave people the illusion that you are all surrounded by me alone. The most outrageous thing is that, even if this tights freak really said that, no one would feel that it was wrong. Because from the results, it really was a group of ruthless people armed with guns who were surrounded by such an unarmed psychopath. The faces of several big men on the platform were almost green. After recovering from the shock, the other three cast strange eyes at Che Yan Luo. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning of that look was already very clear. You just call this thing an ordinary person who has nothing to be afraid of? Question mark? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109. Are you in a hurry to go somewhere? Facing the questioning gazes of the other three, Che appeared calm and composed, but in fact, he was also in a state of panic. No, what was going on? The intelligence collected in advance clearly showed that these people in strange costumes were just ordinary people. Although they might be well trained, they were just ordinary people with great skills and combat awareness. At least according to his investigation through reliable channels. The rumors about those who could become invisible and chant spells were probably rumors. Although the opponent was very strong, in his opinion, he estimated that at most he was an excellent special forces soldier. Even if he was very strong, his protective gear might be relatively good, so it was not impossible to say that he could not handle it. He originally thought that no matter how strong the protective gear was and how good the bulletproof performance was, it had to have a limit. The bulletproof vest could only block penetrating wounds and could not completely absorb the kinetic energy of the bullet. As long as he could take the initiative to lure the opponent into the trap, and if the firepower was enough, anyone alive on the other side would have to kneel. But what about the pajama boy below? This is absolutely beyond the scope. Question mark? This made Che Yan Luo feel deeply cheated by the unscrupulous information dealers who promised to be reliable, and he began to doubt his life. No, we are just a bunch of gangsters. Do we need to be served by such monsters? At this time, the battle below was still going on. The four major gangs joined forces, and hundreds of people surrounded a lightweight pajama player who looked harmless. In less than 2 minutes, most of them were knocked down. This scene of one man blocking the pass and 10,000 men unable to pass was even more outrageous than a movie when observed from a bird's eye view. And they soon discovered that this guy was not only fast. Tang Shining of King Cheng Gate should be regarded as the most heavyweight player present. He is a big guy over 2 meters tall, and his whole body is simply a walking pile of muscles. In addition to sufficient training, his strength comes more from his natural talent. He is famous for his strength in the 4 major organizations on the road. If a list of Jiangdu's underground thugs is made, he will definitely be in the top 10. But when such a strong man got a chance to punch the thin figure, everyone clearly saw that the tight 3 raised a palm behind him without turning his head. Compared with the 2-meter tall macho man opposite, the arm wrapped in the tights was as thin as a bamboo pole, making people feel that it could be broken at any time. The strong man's fist fell into the open palm. Crack. Tang Shining held his fist and let out a dull howl. His huge body swayed and backed away with a grin. His hand was broken. The mouth of the person next to him was almost opened into an O shape. There were many frictions between their 4 major organizations. Some of them had experienced the strength of the strongman Tang Shining. Some professional boxers did not dare to take his heavy punches head on. As a result, this short and thick melon wrapped in a tights, who looked like a miner, just blocked it with his back to the side. Yes, it can't even be considered a proper counter-attack, just a casual block. He was directly beaten to pieces by a fist. Wow, that's a powerful punch. And you look really strong, man. I guess you must have remembered what your mom told you to eat well, right? Spider-Man was talking trash and kicked Tang Shining on the chin. The 2-meter tall man felt as if his chin was hit hard by a hammer, which made his whole head buzz and a burst of golden stars appeared in front of his eyes. In just a moment, he lost consciousness and his eyes suddenly fell into darkness. He flew off the ground and fell heavily back to the ground. The minions. Deg. What the hell? This already very shocking scene was even more prominent and shocking under the contrast of the 2 sides' body weights, and it also further disintegrated the remaining minions' fighting spirit. In fact, to be honest, what they saw was just the tip of the iceberg of Spider-Man's power. More than 20 tons of arm strength is not to be underestimated. Fortunately, Xiao Chang's initial character design is a kind-hearted miner. Not only does he have the same principle of not killing as Batman, but he is actually more lenient than Batman. Batman just doesn't kill people, but he doesn't mind crushing every bone in the opponent's body if he can ensure that he won't die. But this level is a bit too exciting for a minor superhero like Xiao Chang, so he usually just knocks people out or ties them up with spiderwebs and at most gives them 1 or 2 minor fractures, but he definitely won't cripple them. So in the game operation, Spider-Man also has non-lethal passives when facing ordinary people. Otherwise a 20-ton kick would not just knock people out. That scene might become a little less PG-13. Okita, the eldest brother of the Okita group of the Jiangan Alliance, also participated in today's encirclement and suppression activities. When Okita was young, he once had the feat of dismantling a group by himself, which once shocked the whole Jiangdu. He was once praised as a dragon among men. His status in the Jiangan Alliance was also rising rapidly. He soon became one of the most respected thugs under Yamada. After the other minions of the Chopping Blade gang, King Chengman and Matthew's family performed a set of unique skills of bouncing at the muzzle of a gun on the opposite side. They were already half scared and basically lost their fighting spirit. But the Jiangan Alliance did not. Or rather, it has not yet. Brother Okita is the beacon to guide the brothers. His achievements, which were usually praised and even deified in the organization, have now become a reassurance for the members of their Okita group. At least staying near the big brother can give them a sense of security. Okita is worthy of being a veteran who has been on the battlefield for a long time. He can still remain calm in the face of such a scene. Seeing that his allies are getting fewer and fewer, his brain raced, thinking calmly, and then quickly came up with a countermeasure. They are a mob. This is not the way to fight. Okita said calmly. Brothers, divide into 4 groups and grab his limbs respectively. Listen to my command later, and you must attack together. Only by cooperating can you have a chance. He knew that the key to street fighting is to control. It is said that 2 fists cannot defeat 4 strong men, and in a street fight, no matter how high your martial arts skills are, as long as someone grabs your limbs, you are just a lamb to be slaughtered. Yes, big brother, we will listen to you. This command may not be effective, but it makes the secretly nervous younger brothers feel more at ease, thinking that with the big brother's protection, this wave will be stable. Okay, listen to my command. 3, 2, 1, all together. The younger brothers responded with a howl and rushed towards Spider-Man in a swarm. Everyone performed their duties and cooperated with each other with a posture of fighting against evil demons without talking about the code of chivalry. Then with a crackling sound, they fell to the ground at the speed of light. All I can say is that the tactical thinking is fine, and that's the logic, but the other side is not human. Some younger brothers spit out blood and foam at the mouth, and they are struggling to say to the big brother, brother, this trick doesn't work. But when they turn around, they see that the big brother has run so far away. At the moment when the big brother Okita, whom they relied on, shouted slogans and went up together, he actually turned around and ran away. The reason why the younger brothers were asked to take over was just to buy them time. What? Work together to suppress him? What kind of underworld joke is this? Can we, the people in the world, suppress this kind of fast and strong gun jumping guy? I'd rather die than die, but I'm the only one who's being beaten. They don't know that the other side has a principle of not killing. According to the thinking of these people in the underworld, they have so many people on their side to show such a posture, to entertain the other side. If they are caught by the freak on the opposite side, how can they survive? I'm afraid they will be tortured to death, right? Fortunately, the black van they brought people with was parked in the dark beside them. Okita got into the cockpit and started the car at the speed of light, stepped on the accelerator, and ran away as fast as he could. He was a ruthless man, but showing off was also a way to score points. Showing off to the weak was called being a big brother, but pretending to be tough in front of the strong was simply a sign of being tired of living. It is said that the older you are, the less courageous you are. Okita has been in the underworld for most of his life and has long lost his original ruthlessness. The freak in the tights he faced tonight made him feel unprecedented fear, and every bone in his body seemed to scream to escape from here. Fortunately, he escaped. Maybe he would be ridiculed in the future, and maybe he would lose the respect of the big boss, but at this moment, none of that mattered. Only when he sat in this cockpit and ran away from the chattering freak at full speed did he finally feel a little safe. Finally safe. After surviving the disaster, he found that his whole body was soaked with cold sweat, his hands holding the steering wheel were shaking, and his nose was breathing heavily and uncontrollably. This made him even feel a little ridiculous in his heart. Calm down, there is nothing to be afraid of. Taking advantage of the time his brothers had bought him with their lives, the car had already stepped on the accelerator and ran so far. It would be ridiculous if it could still be caught up at such a distance and speed, until a muffled sound came from above. He felt the roof of the car suddenly sink. An ominous premonition quickly climbed into his heart, and the heart-pounding fear quickly filled his brain. If this was a game, the word danger might have begun to appear above his head. The freak in tights somehow landed on the roof of his car, and his spider web head fell from the front windshield upside down, and asked very politely, "Hello sir, where are you in a hurry?" Chapter 110. Collapse and Escape. In Xiao-Chang's case, it's not that Chu Cheng is bored and is talking trash on the microphone while operating the game. It's not that he, as a hardcore player, disdains to use such unorthodox tricks as trash talk, but that he simply doesn't know how to do it. As a senior game nerd, and a single player nerd at that, the nerd has been hunted down by his Chinese teacher since he was a child. Not only is his language skills very poor, but talking to strangers also brings a pressure debuff. Not only does he lack communication with people in real life, but he can't even talk to his teammates on the microphone when playing competitive games. He is also a mildly autistic player in the game. So it's really difficult to ask Chu Cheng to concentrate on playing the game while talking trash. It's beyond the scope of the question. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, it doesn't matter if he doesn't know this kind of thing. Spider-Man does. And this is not Chu Cheng's intention, because Xiao-Chang's mouth is a passive skill that is enabled by default. From the moment Chu Cheng chooses a hero and starts the game, he has opened the chatterbox and never stops. Chu Cheng didn't know where this guy got so many dirty words from. He not only talked a lot but also spoke fast. He didn't even think about drafting when he fired a machine gun. And he didn't just talk when he was fighting with others. He also talked to himself when he was flying alone in the sky. If all his dirty words were written into text bubbles in the comics, the opponent would be directly collapsed by the text bubbles that filled the screen. So the opponents who are on the line with Xiao-Chang have to face not only the magical and powerful spider ability, but also the mental torture brought by his chattering mouth. Even the official certification said that Xiao-Chang's mouth can be regarded as part of his ability. It may be effective when facing a powerful opponent that even his ability can't deal with. The only drawback is that this thing can't turn off friendly damage. Once it opens, it is a map cannon, and there is no switch or zipper. Once you go to the front line, it will start to be endless. While polluting the opponent's mind, it is also torturing the teammates who are fighting with you. Chu Cheng saw that before the fight was over. A guy who hadn't been cut yet wanted to drive away. And according to his many years of experience as a veteran gamer, he looked like an elite monster among the minions, so he would never let him run away. So Spider-Man jumped up, relying on his jumping power to a height that the hooligans couldn't understand. He raised his hand and a spider silk shot out. After only changing the spider silk twice, he was already chasing like a rocket and landed steadily on the roof of the tool truck that was trying to escape. Although they didn't quite understand what the white ball he shot out was, nor did they understand how he rushed out like a flying man in a flash. But at least from the result, the hooligans understood one thing. That is, this tights freak not only has a full dodge buff and is very good at fighting, but also has a maximum speed. He can make people run 200 meters first and then catch up with the speeding car in an instant. This Namabo Mauta had to kneel down on the spot when he saw it and exclaimed, "I surrender, this is a real flying man." So they soon realized that they could neither fight nor run away from this guy. Maybe in the eyes of the other side, from the moment he landed, the hundreds of fully armed ruffians present were actually lying down. It was just a matter of time. This scene shattered the three views of the gangsters, who were already on the verge of being shattered, and the little bit of luck they had left, and they were washed into the sewer like a piece of performance art. At this moment, many people thought that their shock value had reached the peak. The shattering of their three views brought about fundamental paralysis, making them lose the ability to continue to accept any shock. But then in the next second, they realized that they were wrong again, and they were very naive. What they saw now was not even the most outrageous. Meow. Almost at the moment of landing on the roof of the car, the spider sensing mark on the head of Spider-Man on the screen in front of Chu Cheng lit up. At the same time, an exclamation mark suddenly appeared on the screen. It was a wildcat. Perhaps it was looking for food in a nearby trash can, and the black-haired cat happened to run into the path of the car at this moment. But in fact, Chu Cheng only noticed the exclamation mark at the first time and did not realize that it was Spider-Man who discovered a cat in front of the wheel. In this split second, it was Spider-Man who judged the situation clearly and gave the player action prompts. This game is not like traditional similar games that clearly give the main task and action method and force players to do something. But sometimes it will also prompt players to act through marks such as Batman's detective mode, the characters in a monologue, or directly through the classic QTE mode at a more urgent moment, just like traditional games. But these situations are not guided by the system, but are determined by the hero character that the player is operating on the spot, but they are only suggestions in nature. Unlike traditional games, where you cannot pass the level without receiving guidance, it is okay for players to ignore these prompts and act completely according to their own ideas. What appeared on Chu Cheng's screen at this time was the QTE prompt. The so-called QTE means that during the game, the player must quickly respond to the button prompts that appear in the game screen for a short period of time, and press the single or combined buttons corresponding to the screen. Spider-Man is a superhero known for his agility and responsiveness. This highly reactive mode is also a rare part of almost all Spider-Man games in history. Players quickly react and use buttons to interact, allowing Spider-Man on the screen to perform some difficult and gorgeous actions that are very difficult to perform with conventional operations, which is also one of the highlights of the series of games. Out of the professional qualities of a hardcore player, and out of trust in Spider-Man's on-the-spot judgment under super responsiveness, Chu Cheng pressed the QTE button prompt on the screen the moment it popped up. The first prompt was the direction key followed by the space key to jump. The moment the space key was pressed, Spider-Man jumped forward from the roof of the car and completed a gorgeous backflip that even professional athletes could only marvel at. At the moment of halfway through the somersault, the two wheels in the driver's seat of the car on the screen lit up with mouse click prompts. The player can move the mouse to the designated position on the screen prompt to launch Spider Silk during the short time when Spider-Man somersaults and stays in the air. Chu Cheng completed the precise click with his hand speed of more than 20 years of being single. Spider-Man was in the air and two spherical spider webs flew out like cannonballs. Two of the spider web shells hit a rotating wheel respectively and exploded with two pops. Two large balls of tough and strong spider webs immediately covered the two wheels that were running at high speed. The tool car with locked wheels suddenly turned upside down with four wheels upside down under the action of inertia. The last one was the E key. Spider-Man nimbly somersaulted and landed in front of the cat who had strayed into danger, with his hands raised above his head. The roof of a huge tool car fell steadily into his palms, and he held it firmly in his hands. Not only did it look effortless, he even lowered his head and joked to the cat at his feet without taking a breath, and the big eyes on the mask shrank smartly. "Hi, cat brother." Xiao-chan carried a man and a car on his back and said in a relaxed tone, "Is everything going well recently?" Meow, the black cat called out, flicked its tail, and turned around and ran away. "So cold." Spider-Man shrugged, but didn't mind. He turned around and threw the car in his hand on the ground again with four wheels, as casually as throwing away garbage. The gangsters behind him were petrified. Now they felt a little stomachache, and their minds were still a little confused. It felt that one of their eyes and brains was not normal. They couldn't see clearly how Spider-Man did it, because the process was too fast. But from their perspective, what they saw was that the weirdo used some method to make a car with the accelerator press to the ground perform a roundabout, and then he jumped down and directly carried it on his shoulders. This scene completely cut off any lucky spark in their minds. Many people unconsciously put down their guns and prepared to lie down, and at the same time, deep doubts began to emerge in their minds. I just pointed a gun at this thing. How the hell am I so brave? Question mark? No, before this, many people began to realize that it was a miracle that they could still breathe at this moment. Spider-Man came to the side of the car, stuck his 5 fingers to the driver's door, and pulled the metal door panel off easily like a piece of toilet paper, and threw it aside casually. The door panel that was deformed by the strange force flew to the side of a group of gangsters nearby, and they were so scared that they trembled all over and dared not breathe. And the big brother Okata, who didn't wear a seatbelt because he was in a hurry to run away, had been bruised and swollen in the car during the somersault. As soon as the door was pulled open, he immediately raised his hands and trembled and fell out of the car, and there was a smell of fishy smell. The big brother was scared to pee. The few big guys who were observing from a high place didn't pee, but at this time they began to have deep doubts about the fundamentals of this operation. Who the hell first proposed to gank this kind of monster? Didn't someone wisely say that these masked people were just ordinary people who could do nothing but act like ghosts and there was nothing to be afraid of? Ordinary people. This monster who could carry a car with his bare hands while dancing in the hail of bullets? Question mark. Everyone's eyes were on Che Yanluo, who remained silent and looked back at his teammates. Everyone read the following sentence from each other's eyes. Chapter 111. Not even a mosquito can fly in. Overnight, the Jiangdu Underground F4 was completely wiped out. To be honest, Chu Cheng didn't recognize the four of them at first. He just thought that their arrogant standing posture and appearance made them look like a small boss. It was not until later that the four of them were caught and the detective mode facial recognition was casually scanned. The result was that I didn't know until I scanned it. I was really shocked when I found out. My goodness, the four of them are heavyweights. It was really unexpected to catch four of the biggest fish in one go. It's easy to predict that what happened tonight will definitely set off a wave of storms in Jiangdu. By tomorrow morning, the whole city's underground world will hear that the four of them were suppressed. Of course, they are the four kings after all. At least in this small piece of land, they still have resources and means. Maybe they can quickly get out of the Public Security Bureau with their skills, but the impact of the incident cannot be ignored. First of all, the four leaders can be released, but it is not certain that there are so many thugs present. There are hundreds of people, most of whom are high-quality thugs from the four major organizations, and there are also mainstays in the alliance. It is impossible to say that such a large group of people were not seriously injured after being arrested. In addition, this battle also further consolidated the underground world's fear of the disguised vigilantes led by Batman. Especially when everyone heard that the four major organizations joined forces, so many elites and so many guns were ambushed in advance. The momentum of the gunfight was just like a war, and the deafening gunshots could be heard from several streets away. Such an amazing battle, but in the end, it ended up with only such a result. This person was ambushed first and used skills, and was killed even with 100 against 1. In this case, either the team is as stupid as Plankton, or the opponent has Gundam. No one would think that the elite of the four major organizations are Plankton, so the latter possibility is greater. Therefore, Jiangdu F4's desperate fight not only failed to win living space for these social brothers who were in a difficult situation, but also pushed the entire underground world into a darker and more desperate abyss of fear. Even the Jiangdu F4 who were imprisoned that night began to seriously consider staying inside and not going out. If you think about it carefully, there is nothing bad behind the iron window. The guys inside are all talented and speak well. On the contrary, if you go out, you will be trembling with fear and treading on thin ice. As soon as you close your eyes, the scenes of this night will linger like nightmares. It is said that moderate fitness attracts the opposite sex, and excessive fitness attracts the same sex. The thin but powerful little bug definitely belongs to the former. It is precisely because of the sharp contrast between the small body and the monster level physical fitness that makes the gangsters more frightened. So although Spider-Man's ability is also suitable for climbing pipes and sneaking in, the 20-ton strength plus the almost invincible reflex nerves make Chu Cheng more willing to position him as a charging attacker. According to the Hogwarts classification method, if Batman is positioned as a Slytherin old silver coin who judges the situation and secretly does bad things, then Chu Cheng thinks Spider-Man is a pure Gryffindor reckless man in his hands, the kind who cuts from the South Heaven gates to the front of Pengley East Road. Of course, Chu Cheng didn't know or care about the future of the Four Kings and their gangs. In all honesty, no one would believe the Four Kings, but Chu Cheng really didn't intend to target them. He was just itching to find a sandbag to try his hand at, because a new hero had just been released. F4 and their subordinates just happened to be in the wrong place, and sending them in was just a matter of convenience. To be honest, if the four of them really chose to stay in there and not come out, Chu Cheng might be a little disappointed. Because this careless catch of the four biggest fish not only ate up the most valuable experience in one go, but also might seriously affect the ecology of the fish pond, which is not in line with the sustainable development strategy. What if all the social brothers turned over a new leaf and the underworld collectively retired? Then if they wanted to make money again, they might have to find new ways to develop new tricks. After trying the hero, it was already dark. Chu Cheng ordered a takeout, had a simple dinner, and then returned to the computer to prepare for business. Last night, the air tomb of the Special Service Section 9 was invaded. Although I always think that thing is unreliable, it was suddenly invaded by a group of psychopaths with unknown origins. Even Chu Cheng, who had been mentally prepared, felt that it was too sudden and not up to the standards of a lunatic asylum. So last night, he used the back door left by Batman to take a look at the ins and outs of the matter, and then found that there was actually a traitor in the lunatic asylum. And this traitor was none other than Shen Miaoyu, who happened to have met him several times. This was something he didn't expect. It's a pity that such a big person turned out to be a traitor. Of course, he was referring to the position level. What's more noteworthy is that the Special Service Section 9 seemed to have lost something in this incident. The confidentiality level of that thing didn't seem to be high originally, but it was immediately raised to the access rights by Section 9 after it was stolen. It seems that the bus card that the master applied for at the Jiangdu branch of the Special Service bus cannot be found. If Chu Cheng wants to know the details, he may have to ask the master to go to the headquarters for a visit. Of course, it feels okay. That's right, the enemy went to such great lengths to invade. He certainly couldn't be a pervert who came to steal underwear. The stolen item might be very interesting. But what Chu Cheng could find from the database at present was only a number of the stolen item, A086. But there was no record in the database about what it was and what it was used for. So Chu Cheng quickly decided that he had to let the master go to the mothership to take a look in person. And by the way, he also charged a super VIP at the Special Service bus headquarters, preferably one that never expires and does not require renewal. I didn't rush to go just now because I was drawing cards to try out new heroes and because it was not completely dark yet. After all, the night is Batman's home ground. Wearing such a black outfit in broad daylight and sneaking into someone's grave was somewhat disrespectful of their eyesight. Not to mention, although the security of the Special Service Division 9 was lame, the logistics were surprisingly strong. The grave that had just made an emergency landing yesterday was back in the sky the next night, and it started its disturbing metaphysical journey again. The doctor in charge of security, who had previously vowed that there would be no loopholes, was also shocked last night. Fortunately, the chairman may have thought that the main problem of the theft was the traitor, and it had little to do with the hardware, so he did not mention the patch. But of course, Li Changcheng still found this doctor and explained that the security system needs to be optimized and upgraded. Although the problem this time was caused by the traitor, the alarm system was deactivated without any movement. It is definitely impossible to say that this security department is completely impervious to the blame. So not long after the mothership took off tonight, the doctor patted his chest in front of the chairman and promised, "Chairman, don't worry, our department has strengthened and upgraded the security system overnight from last night to today, and it has been greatly improved from hardware to software. It may not look much different on the surface, but it is completely new inside. This time, I promise that there will never be a situation like last time. Not to mention a senior agent, even if you are a traitor, you will not be able to deactivate the system without any movement next time." Perhaps he noticed that he had said the wrong thing, or found that the boss looked unfriendly. The doctor stopped in time and quickly changed his words. Anyway, this time it's absolutely foolproof, don't worry. I guarantee it with my reputation as Ji Shijin, the world's #1 security system expert. This time, absolutely, not even a mosquito can fly in. Dr. G vowed. While this conversation was taking place, at the other end of the ship, an electronic door that had been hacked and paralyzed by hackers opened with a beep, and Batman silently jumped into the cabin and landed on the empty aisle. The electronic door immediately closed behind him. Batman's stealth is so plain and boring. Chapter 112 You Have to Take Me With You. After finishing the routine inspection, Agent Luo Yajin walked through the corridor and returned to his office on the mothership. Since he smashed the lazy man that separated from his body, he has been undergoing physical and psychological tests more frequently than before. In addition to returning to the mothership for routine inspections every few days, the old thief Miyazaki would call him from time to time to take ability tests. These days, the old thief specially created a new file for him, which was densely recorded with a large amount of detailed test data and inferences. Today's return to the mothership was not for ability tests, but to answer a series of psychological test questions that made him bored to sleep. After finishing the test, the first thing Yajin did when he entered the room was to take out the cigarette box in his shirt, light up a cigarette, and take a puff, then cross his legs and sit comfortably in his recliner. Smoking on an airplane is not a good habit. The hoarse voice made his pupils shrink, and his body almost instinctively jumped up from the recliner. Turning his head to see Batman appearing like a ghost behind him, even he couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. "You are here. What happened to you?" Although he had long known that the Bat was elusive and was very good at and very keen on suddenly appearing to scare people. But after all, this was not just any building, but one of the only 5 airborne carriers in the world of the Special Service 9, and it was known to be the safest place in the world. Well, it seemed a bit shameless for a grave that was just used as a back garden a day ago, but at least its security system was still turned on. No alarm, no sound, no abnormal movement. He just came in casually. But it was not the first time that Yajin had dealt with Batman, and he was only surprised for a moment and soon calmed down. He let his body sink back into the recliner and took another puff of cigarette comfortably. Drive G just said today that they have just upgraded all the components of the mothership's security system. Yajin smiled. He guaranteed that no one could get in this time. I suddenly want to see what his reaction would be if he found you here. How did you get in? Which of our vents is not blocked? Or forget it, don't answer, I don't really want to know. He waved his hand, revealing a somewhat playful expression. I guess you must have arranged the monitoring equipment and sensors in advance. But aren't you afraid that I will call someone to arrest you now? After all, I'm still an agent of the 9th Department. A madman dressed as a bat sneaked into our headquarters and appeared in my room so brazenly. Why do you think that no one will be called to arrest you? You are already visibly turning into the shape of a bat. Chu Cheng complained in his heart, but ignored him on the surface. After all, Batman still gives people a serious and mysterious impression, and he is also happy to continue to maintain this image. Secret Service 9 lost something last night. Batman said, evidence A086. Do you remember anything? Why don't you use your magical little bat computer to access our server? It's just 1 floor below me. Turn left 2 corners at the end of the corridor in area B3. There is everything in it. You can help yourself. Yajin said jokingly, took a puff of cigarette, and glanced at Batman's serious face. Then he put away his smile. Wait, you haven't been there before. The server only records the location where evidence A086 was first found, and some test data. Batman said, but there is no record of its specific use, or why someone stole it. Yajin was stunned for half a second, subconsciously looked down at his watch, and then looked up at Batman with an expression of disbelief. The mothership just took off half an hour ago. He said in a strange tone. That means even if you have been hiding in the computer room since Kiev, it only took half an hour in total? When he said this, his expression looked like an old woman changing her posture, and he couldn't do it for me. So it took you no more than half an hour to sneak into the ship and then hack into the server on the mothership of the 9 departments? Chu Cheng's first reaction when he heard this was, huh, so this ship just took off half an hour ago? Sorry, I just got on the ship a few minutes ago and didn't know. As for hacking into the server of the 9 departments, Chu Cheng could only say that either Agent Luo overestimated the firewall of their lunatic asylum or underestimated the quality of the hacker in front of him. Half an hour. Just kidding. It took the master a total of 1 minute from connecting the cable to the firewall, giving up resistance and starting to rot. Of course, if you ask him how he did it, Chu Cheng doesn't know. Anyway, from his perspective, the master's operation process is similar to the steps of putting an elephant in a refrigerator. The whole process is probably to plug in the data cable, the server will answer any questions, and then disconnect the connection after asking. Anyway, it doesn't seem to be difficult. Exhibit A086, Batman repeated, what's its use? Why would anyone want it? Yajin finally recovered from his I don't think this is scientific expression, and returned to his okay, he's Batman expression. You asked the wrong person if you want to know this, but I don't know. He paused, took a puff of cigarette, and added, or rather, no one knows. The information you downloaded from the server is all there is. As you can see, Exhibit A086 is just like a brick. Maybe the material it's made of is special, but in terms of shape it's just a square brick. In the past, it was not a secret in the 9th Division at all, and many agents had seen it in the warehouse. It was identified as an infection-related evidence shortly after it was dug out of the soil, and since then it has been transferred to the 9th Division. Professor Miyazaki studied the thing for a while, but after testing it, he determined that it was not a dangerous source of infection. It belongs to the third category of physical evidence. Third category of physical evidence, Batman repeated. Physical evidence that has been identified by the 9th Special Service Department as having similar characteristics to the source of infection, but is actually not infectious and not dangerous. In fact, there are many similar things in history. Some are just ordinary daily gadgets. They may have been close to a source of infection and have been contaminated with a trace of breath, but it is insignificant. The fate of such things is to be thrown into the warehouse to gather dust, and no one will care. Obviously someone cares about the physical evidence this time. Batman said. Yes, but no one knows why. Luo Yajin said, at least in my opinion, that thing is just a brick that looks a little special. I can't imagine it has any use other than hitting people with it. If you must say what's special about it. Luo Yajin thought for a while and said, it is the evidence brought back by Leng Ji during his last mission. Leng Ji. Chu Cheng had never heard of this name. It turns out that there are things you don't know. Luo Yajin smiled and blew another smoke ring. That was before the large-scale infection. At that time, the 9th Special Service Division had not yet been established. At that time, there was only the predecessor of the 9th Division, the Special Service Security Bureau. We all call ourselves that. Leng Ji was the action captain of the Security Bureau and was known as the Ace Agent. He is a living legend in the department and a role model for all young men and women in the entire department. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a banner of the Security Bureau. Until one day, he betrayed. Betrayed? Yeah, no one knows why. Luo Yajin shrugged. I don't know the specific details. I just heard that it seemed to be a certain excavation mission. No one knows what kind of demon that guy was possessed by. He killed all his colleagues on the scene by himself and has never been heard of since. Later, the Special Service Security Bureau was reorganized into the 9th Special Service Division. To this day, his whereabouts are still unknown, and his name is still at the top of the 9th Special Service Division's wanted list. And the evidence A086 we just mentioned is the physical evidence brought back from another mission he carried out before his betrayal. But that thing has been in the warehouse for so long and no one knows what it is used for. God knows why there are infected people who want that thing. At this point, he remembered something. By the way, speaking of that group of infected people, we have learned that the invaders this time are indeed organized. They call themselves Death Soldiers. More specific information cannot be determined yet, but we have already got some clues from the plane that carried the infected people to invade the mothership yesterday. That plane is a water snake jet manufactured 10 years ago. The funding link has been traced to a company called Sloan Technology. We already have agents who have secretly gone to that company to inquire about the situation, but nothing has been found so far. Sloan Technology. Chu Cheng remembered the name while listening to him. Sometimes a detective has to trust his intuition. My intuition tells me that there is something strange about this company. Luo Yajin said, and the cigarette had already reached the filter. He threw away the cigarette butt, took out the cigarette box, and replaced it with a new cigarette, and continued while lighting it. Of course, I'm not telling you this for nothing, but there's a condition. I know you're going to keep digging, so my condition is that you have to take me with you. We'll go together. He stopped talking here. Just as he was lighting a cigarette, Batman had already left. He was the only one left in the room again. Luo Yajin. The average subscription has exceeded 4,000. 3 updates. 8,000 plus words shouldn't be too short, right? I'll continue to weekly beg for monthly tickets and follow-up subscriptions. Chapter 113. The master who insisted on drawing bats must have obsessive compulsive disorder. Leaving Agent Luo Yajin behind, Batman left the room and quickly headed for the exit he had reserved when he came. Still relying on the cooperation of detective mode and the universal decoder to avoid ears and eyes and surveillance, Batman traveled smoothly in the safest place in the world. During the period, passing by a certain office, Batman walked through the door lightly, and Chu Ching could hear the voice coming from inside through the hearing enhancement effect of the detective mode. I'm sure that there is absolutely no security loophole, and there will be no mistakes this time. Otherwise, I will eat this time. Anyway, it is impossible. Chu Cheng blindly guessed that the voice that was frantically testing the edge of cheating should be the legendary Dr. G. At this moment, Chu Cheng suddenly understood why Agent Luo said that he wanted to see what Dr. G's expression was when he bumped into Batman on the mothership, because at this moment, he had an impulse in his mind to operate Batman to kick the door in and give the doctor a surprise. Of course, it was just a thought. He naturally couldn't be so full that he would specially use Flash just to taunt him in the face. After all, he will probably come to visit this grave many times in the future, so let's reserve the right to surprise this doctor. I wonder if Dr. G will lose his mind when he finds out that the fortress he thought was impregnable is just a bus that goes in and out every now and then. Batman found his preset exit. The electronic door system is already under his control, and it can be unlocked remotely through the mobile computer remote control mounted on his hand. The Bat Fighter has also been waiting outside. Dr. G believes that there is absolutely no aircraft that can avoid the radar of the air carrier, but this is just an assertion, based on the understanding of the existing technological system. The Bat Fighter has the most advanced anti-radar paint on the Earth in the DC universe, and basically all the technical masters who can be used have been arranged for his aircraft without paying any attention to the cost. Add a little Wayne's exclusive black technology, this thing flies all over the map inside and outside the ugly country all day long, and no military radar has ever noticed his aircraft. Maybe in order to deceive alien detection or even Kryptonian eyes, it would not be strange if the master asked Wonder Woman to borrow some metaphysical paint to add invisibility magic to his plane. With the master's ninja level stealth skills, some metaphysical hacking skills and the cheating equipment, it is not unfair to be in and out of the lunatic asylum. In fact, although Chu Cheng performed a wave of the master's no turning back stunts, he heard what Agent Luo said. It's just that he has no intention of teaming up with others for the time being. What if he forms a team? Batman and Wonder Boy Luo Yajin. Not to mention that Agent Luo is too old to be Batman's partner, and Chu Cheng's remote control game character is not convenient to act with others. Heroes are more suitable for runners. Next stop, Sloan Technology. Batman jumped down from the fighter plane, opened his cape, and glided in the air for a while, and then quickly flew to the shadow of the top of a building with the help of the grappling gun. As usual, scanned the building structure before sneaking in. Batman moved between several high points in the shadows nearby, and as the perspective changed, he quickly depicted the overall structure of the entire building. The security of this building is surprisingly strong for a technology company. Not to mention a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps, but at least there is a sentry on each floor, and the number of security guards is really quite large. And unlike some places, where the security guards are on duty and just play with their phones, the professional quality of the security guards here is so high that it makes people feel strange. Especially the one at the door. His eyes widened, as if he thought every passerby on the street outside was suspicious, and there were people patrolling every floor of the building from time to time, and the frequency was not low. Of course, this is a technology company after all, not a military base, and all kinds of people coming in and out make its security factor destined to be one level lower than that of a lunatic asylum. There is a saying that there are all kinds of birds in a big forest, and it is naturally difficult to strictly control the entry and exit of so many people and birds. This is what it means. What's more surprising is that after scanning the building, it was found that many offices were actually lit, and there were people in them, and no one was ready to leave work. This reminded Chu Ching of the classic "Have you ever seen a city at 4 in the morning? Then someone said to you I have, I just got off work, what's wrong?" Apart from night shift workers, those who work overtime at this intensity are either Batman or programmers. Chu Cheng noticed that the detective mode vision marked a certain part in the top floor building structure. This made Chu Cheng stunned for a moment, and he didn't understand what was special about this place at first. But soon he thought that he knew nothing about building structure design, and he would be confused even if he was shown the drawings. But the master is different. It is said that he has so many doctoral degrees that he can play a landlord. It is not surprising to say that he has a little knowledge of construction engineering. Perhaps Batman discovered some unreasonable aspects of the structural design of this building through structural scanning. Of course, although it is heavily guarded, it is actually not difficult to enter. Batman can't even feel much difference. This company actually uses some advanced sensors that are still relatively rare on the market to strengthen security. This is a bit surprising, but the only significance is that Chu Cheng has an extra procedure before entering. After dealing with the sensors and surveillance, Batman quickly entered the building and soon came to the top floor marked in the detective mode. From the house number, it can be seen that this is the chairman's office, but the chairman himself is not there. Batman fell from the vent onto the soft nylon carpet and immediately activated the detective mode. The whole office suddenly opened up in front of him like a dictionary waiting to be consulted. An independent office, decorated in the main colors of Sloan Technology, red and gray. The decorations on the desk include the company's flag and slogans, and potted plants are placed by the floor-to-ceiling windows. The entire design layout presents a simple and elegant style. Chu Cheng soon noticed that the entire wall on the inner side of this office was glowing. Does it mean that Batman thinks this entire wall is suspicious? So he scanned the wall, and after a moment of scanning and reading, the result was quickly fed back. The floor of the room is slightly offset in that direction. Batman's voice sounded on the screen. It may be that the weight of the room is unbalanced, causing the floor to sink. What is hidden behind this wall? Can you find this? Chu Cheng was surprised for a moment, but then he thought about it and compared with the technology of 3D modeling to replay the crime scene. This level seemed nothing. Scanning analysis showed that there was extra filling in the wall, which was speculated to contain lead. It is well known that lead has outstanding effects on the DC universe, and even the omnipotent X-ray vision of Kryptonians cannot penetrate it. Conventional rays are difficult to penetrate, and it is impossible to further scan the rear structure. In other words, you can't see what's behind it from the outside only through detective mode. But it's not a big problem, just open it. Batman took out a device shaped like a flashlight from his belt, and the cylindrical side was printed with a black bat mark. It was a powerful laser transmitter that could easily penetrate and cut through reinforced concrete, which could help Batman break through some solid obstacles or enter some places without entrances. Batman pulled the trigger and fired the laser. The light blue laser light clearly drew a bat-shaped mark on the wall. Well, Chu Cheng didn't quite understand why he had to draw a bat when it was obvious that drawing a circle would be the same. I can only say that the master's mental problem may have some obsessive compulsive disorder. The laser beam cut through the wall like a hot knife through butter. Batman stepped forward and kicked it. The wall collapsed immediately, leaving a bat mark that was wide enough for one person to pass through. Batman walked into the room. This is a woman's room. This is a very obvious fact. Not only the clothes on the dressing table and wardrobe indicate this, but also the layout and overall layout of the room clearly indicate this. The detective mode was activated, and soon there were dots of light in the room, each representing at least one suspicious point that Batman thought was worth investigating. For example, with a quick glance, Chu Cheng saw a piece of Special Service Section 9 work clothes casually hung on the hanger. It seems that he won the prize. In a company with such strict security, a woman is hiding in a secret room set up in the chairman's office. Even if we don't talk about Chen Miaoyu, whose whereabouts are unknown, at least the Special Service Section 9 uniform shows that she should at least be a suspicious object. Is the chairman of Sloan Company an accomplice? Or is he just hiding a mistress in a golden house? There are more scan marks, more doubts and traces in the secret room. They are all silent witnesses, carrying the truth. You just need to know how to ask questions. Batman scanned the shoe prints that appeared in the detective mode next. It is almost impossible for a person to eliminate their own traces when living in a certain space for a long time. Anything she touches may leave traces, and any trace may become a silent ID card. The linkage of multiple traces allowed Batman to quickly restore the height of the owner of the house, and even the cup size of the clothes scan could be restored. The 3D modeling basically perfectly reproduced the body shape of the owner of the house. Chu Cheng observed and compared it, and regrettably found that she looked like Agent Chen Miao. After the shoe prints were scanned, the data was recorded in the Bat computer for further inspection. It was also easy to determine whether she was the real person. The detective mode marked the fallen hair from the corner of the room, and a DNA scan could quickly compare whether the missing Agent Chen Miao lived here. But just as he locked one of the hairs to execute the scanning program, the scanning mode suddenly popped up automatically. An exclamation mark indicating danger popped up on one side of the screen. Boom. A deafening explosion, and flames filled the entire room in an instant. Chapter 114, Chased by Tarzan. Many years ago, a crack was chiseled out of the darkness, and a ray of light pierced into the silent abyss like a sword. Then there was a dull bang, and the heavy stone slab was opened from the outside, and the light hit the dusty stone steps. Beams of light gradually penetrated into the dark space, and a team of fully armed people wearing gas masks walked into this space, and the staggered lights illuminated the sealed space. The team quickly conducted various tests on this darkness. They were sure that there was no lethal and hallucinogenic poisonous gas, and that the building structure that had not seen the sun for many centuries was strong enough and would not collapse because of their sudden visit. They also measured many other data. After almost all the dangers were checked, one of the team leaders pressed the headset and said, "This is Lengji. This floor is safe. No problem. Let the archaeologists come down." They were all senior investigators and agents belonging to a certain department. They were the vanguard team that opened the way, and the meaning here was that archaeologists did not need to take risks. The agents set up the sonar equipment, which was a special model for exploring in tombs and ruins. This inconspicuous little box can turn the maze designed by the ancients into a fully opened map, and even many traps are nowhere to be found in front of expensive high-tech toys. When the device was activated, everyone heard a very light buzzing sound. The sound waves were like invisible water flows, penetrating into every aspect of the ruins. It was as if a cheat code for opening the map was entered in the game. The boundless darkness faded under the power of modern technology, and the palace hidden under the veil of darkness had to reveal its true face. When the huge space drawn by abstract lines and graphics appeared on the screen, many people couldn't help but exclaimed. The sonar device detected something that none of them had ever seen before. Although many of them were veterans in the relevant field of operations, there was still no comparison between what they had seen in the past and what they saw in front of them. "It's also too big," someone murmured. "And it's complicated," someone else interrupted. "We've never seen. No, we've never even heard of such a building structure. This doesn't match our understanding of the architectural style of almost all dynasties." "Yes," someone next to him echoed. "It doesn't even look like the work of humans." Because it really isn't. This time it was Lengji who spoke. He was not only the leader of the operation, but also a legend in the department, a spiritual beacon for everyone in the team. "Captain?" an agent asked curiously. "What does this mean?" But Lengji didn't answer. Everyone found that he had unknowingly retreated to the entrance, and the marching backpack he had been carrying on his back had been removed by him and thrown among the crowd. More people began to realize that something was wrong. "Captain? What's wrong with you?" Then they saw Lengji take out a small device from his shirt, a black gadget with a metallic texture, with a red button on it, like a dangerous trigger. In the eyes of countless shocked and puzzled people, he pulled the trigger. Boom. The cave turned into a sea of fire. Many years later, now, boom. The harsh detonation sound broke the tranquility of the night. The invisible shockwave shattered the glass on the outside of the Sloan Technology building, and the flames followed. Half of the floor was instantly engulfed in flames, and the gorgeous fireball hundreds of meters away could be seen from the street below. On the top floor of a building across the street, someone stood on the edge of the building, staring at the flames of the explosion on the roof with a telescope. He stared at it for a long time, until almost the entire floor was burning, and the broken walls and bricks wrapped in flames kept falling towards the street. Then he slowly took out his mobile phone and made a call. "Yes, I watched it carefully," he said. "No one came out from inside. Batman is finished." After a few brief exchanges, he put away the telescope and hung up the phone, looking back with satisfaction. He was surprised to see Batman standing in the shadow behind him. He was silent and even listened to the man's call patiently and politely. "Fuck." The man's face suddenly changed and he cursed and immediately took out his gun. But a dart thrown out of the darkness knocked his gun away. The man then flew forward and punched him with great force. Although this punch was full of flaws in Batman's eyes, its strength and speed were not weak. Infected. But it didn't have much impact. Batman dodged the punch and took 2 steps diagonally to make the opponent's next punch miss. The man screamed and turned around, as if he wanted to use a handsome swing punch to hit back, but he suddenly bumped into Batman's long extended combat boots and tripped in a very inelegant dog-chewing mud posture. As soon as he tried to get up, Batman raised his hand and threw out a string of multi-ball traps, which tied him up tightly. He fluttered on the ground like a loach for a long time, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get free. But at the same time, in an inconspicuous alley on the street nearby, a white car suddenly started, drifted around the corner and drove onto the main road, stepping on the accelerator and running at full speed away from Sloan Technology. There were 2 men sitting in the car. The driver took out his cell phone while driving and dialed a number. "We're exposed," he said hurriedly. Batman somehow noticed the observer, and the observer is finished. "We are leaving the scene now." Halfway through his words, he suddenly realized that the people on both sides of the street seemed to look up. Each of them was dumbfounded, staring at something behind them with wide eyes, and their expressions were very exaggerated. Then even his accomplice in the passenger seat screamed. Half of his body leaned out of the car window, stretched his neck, and kept a petrified expression. "What the hell is that?" The driver couldn't help it and took the time to look back. The whole person was stunned, as if he had been electrocuted, and he also opened his mouth slowly like the others around him, and the reaction was like he had been infected with an infectious disease. He saw a person or something that looked like a person. The thing was wearing a red and blue tights, changing white silk threads one by one in the sky, leaping freely between buildings like a swing, biting their car's rear end at an unscientific speed and chasing them. The figure dragged the silk thread in a graceful arc and rushed up to a height of several dozen meters, then changed to another silk thread and dived, gliding forward at an even more amazing speed under the blessing of gravity, like riding the wind and waves. This sci-fi shot made the 2 people's brains confused. It was not until they brushed past a truck and almost overturned that the driver suddenly came to his senses and forced himself to turn his head away from the unreasonable ghost behind him. "What, are you still in a daze? Shoot him down," he shouted at the top of his voice, calling his accomplice in the passenger seat back to his senses. The man next to him quickly took out a submachine gun, squinted his eyes, and tried hard to aim at the after image swinging in the air. But if you want to hit a target that moves in a fancy way at super high speed at this distance, it is better to pray to God than to pin your hopes on your aiming skills. It is said that it is better to catch the target well than to hit it well. Maybe you can even get a chance to hit it if fate comes. Of course, if the opponent is Spider-Man, fate will not work. Unless the human spider sense is also on strike today. Otherwise he is Spider-Man, not Quicksilver, and it is ridiculous to be injured by a bullet. The man in the passenger seat has started to shoot at the sky in vain, and the driver realized at this time that he had not hung up his phone, and the person on the other end was asking him a question. "What's going on?" "I don't know what's going on." The driver tried to drown out the sound of the gunshots by shouting, "We are being chased by Tarzan, a circus man. He swings faster than our car." "What? Of course I'm awake." Chapter 115. Single draw can really work miracles. A few minutes later, the 2 who were about to flee were also packed up by Spider-Man and thrown back on the roof, tied together with the one caught by Batman. Although these 3 were infected, their infection level was not high, and they did not reach the standard of being shot on the spot. If the 9th Special Service could rescue them in time, they should still be saved. In the past 2 days, Sloan Technology has been the focus of the 9th Special Service. Now the building was blown up without warning. It can be imagined that there must have been agents rushing over at this time. Of course, the time before that was enough for Chu Cheng to figure out what was going on with them. Also, because the infection level was not high, their pain had not completely disappeared. In addition, they were already scared, so after Batman gave them a set of bone fracture packages plus a bungee jumping experience card, they basically told everything they knew. In fact, these 3 were members of a nearby gang. According to them, they were instructed to keep watch here, and they kept a close eye on the secret door, entranced to the chairman's office opposite. Once the secret door opposite was activated, they would detonate the explosives. They were infected to a low degree, and it was speculated that it might be the work of the instigator. This made them easier to manipulate, and easier to accept orders, and become chess pieces. But they had never seen the instigator directly, and had no idea about his identity. They did have contact information on their phones, but after tracing the number, they found that the number had been cancelled. These minions were just disposable chess pieces, and no more information could be obtained from them. But the owner of this office, the chairman of Sloan Technology, might be able to. Chairman Sloan was not at home, or in the company. A check revealed that his phone was also turned off, and he was basically out of contact. Of course, this was not a problem for the master. After tracking Sloan's car, Chu Cheng quickly locked onto a holiday villa in the suburbs. When Batman found Sloan in the bedroom, the old and strong chairman was wrapped in the quilt with a blonde beauty in a foreign language learning position. Of course, considering that the language on this Earth star is unified, and there is no concept of foreign languages, Chu Cheng is more inclined to think that they are exploring the mysteries of biology. It must be said that the master's kicking the door with such a villain image is quite intimidating. Chairman Sloan was so scared that he used his skills just halfway through a combo. The blonde lady was even more frightened. However, facial recognition matching quickly confirmed her identity. She was just a girl arranged by the resort to accompany guests. Chu Cheng immediately lost interest in her. Batman ignored the frightened girl and knocked Sloan unconscious with a punch. He dragged him out. When the poor chairman woke up, he was hanging on a cliff in the villa in the same upside down golden bell pose as Professor Snape. The bright moon was hanging high in the sky, and the chairman was upside down. There were clouds and smoke in the bottomless abyss below. Sloan screamed and kicked his legs wildly. Then this person was not very decent in his middle-aged life. He either jogged parallel or participated in group sports. He was so weak in the kidneys that he urinated directly without a clam. Then because he was hanging upside down, the scene suddenly became a little ugly. At this time, Chu Cheng was glad that he didn't have to be there in person and couldn't smell the smell through the screen. It's just that there is a kind of coquettishness that makes you coquettish just by looking at it, and it feels even more terrible if you are there in person. Speak. Batman squatted on the edge of the cliff, his black cloak fluttering in the moonlight, and the silhouette of the bat looked like a hideous vampire. This scared Sloan instantly, and he hurriedly said, "What do you want to know? I'll tell you everything. You can ask for money. I'll give you as much money as you want." Chu Cheng despised this guy's spineless performance. It was a rare opportunity for him to play the classic Batman style bungee jumping, but he confessed, before he even started, it was just as boring as when you just came to feel the progress bar was gone. This won't do. Today I, Chu, must play bungee jumping. So Batman let go, and Sloan screamed and fell into the bottomless abyss below. After falling for an unknown period of time, he felt his legs tightened, the load-bearing fibers contracted rapidly, and a huge force pulled him back along the original path. "I want to hear the truth," Batman said in a hoarse voice. "If you tell a lie, the truth, the absolute truth." Sloan cried, thinking, "I didn't plan to lie. Why do you want to mess with me?" Although it is said that 9 out of 10 capitalists' words are false, capitalists also have a characteristic called a wise man who knows the times. Sloan really turned into a member of the tribe who answers every question. Why did he say everything? And he really didn't hide anything. So Chu Cheng soon found that the information he could provide was limited. Although he ate, drank, gambled, laundered money, hooked up with the underworld, and spent money to buy his life, He was an ordinary person, not an infected person. What's even more weird is that he didn't know that there was a secret room hidden in his office. Are you saying that you don't know there is a room hidden in your office? Batman asked. Really, it's true. Sloane's tone was very anxious, as if he felt that this was a bit ridiculous and was afraid that the other party would throw him down again if he disagreed with him. Until you told me just now, I had never heard of such a thing. This sounded like nonsense at first, but it didn't seem fake, even though he was crying in pain. In addition, the lie detector function in detective mode also showed that he was telling the truth. Wait, maybe. Sloane seemed to remember something. Maybe what? Oh no, nothing. That's ridiculous. I'm overthinking it. Another free fall without any warning. Sloane fell from the cliff with a long scream and was pulled back by the load-bearing fiber within a few seconds. MD bungee jumping is really exciting. Chu Cheng now understands why the master likes to play like this, because it is really fun. It's a girl. She told me she is a female college student. He shouted, she is the only one who has the key to the office besides me. Her name is Zuru Aoi. I can give you her contact information and address if you need it. It may not be a clue, but it is worth a try. Not long after that night, Batman found the residence he gave him. Unfortunately, the girl was no longer there. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 days. It looked like no one had been in her room for a long time. But the detective mode also extracted some traces, including footprints at the entrance, but they were only traces left a few days ago, so it was not certain that anything could be discovered. After operating Batman to return to the Batcave, Chu Cheng uploaded all the traces extracted from the 2 places to the Bat computer for analysis and comparison. He immediately quit the game and yawned. It was another long night. Unknowingly, this night was over 2 in the morning. I really couldn't sleep anymore. But when he exited to the main interface, Chu Cheng opened the store and prepared to withdraw the points he had just earned tonight. Although there was no big boss level experience tonight, there were especially many monsters killed today. The hero points he finally gained were not bad, and he could barely make up a few single draws. But he no longer had the gambling mentality of a single draw to get a miracle. It was all fake. With just a few single draws, 80% of the results should be something like Wolverine's razor or something of unknown meaning. What the hell? Question mark? Accompanied by a burst of golden light, when the shipment appeared in the middle of the B-level teleportation array with lightning and brilliance, Chu Cheng widened his eyes and almost lost all sleepiness instantly. He rubbed his eyes, making sure that he was not hallucinating, because he had played the game too much and was overtired. Just a few single draws. Is it really a big one? Chu Cheng hesitated for a moment and pressed the summon button below. The next second, the doorbell rang. Chu Cheng hesitated for a moment, got up and walked to the living room and opened the security door. A girl with flawless skin, red hair, and delicate and beautiful facial features that were almost unreal appeared at the door. The girl crossed her hands in front of her, and the beige hip skirt showed off her beautiful figure. Her slender and well-proportioned legs were wrapped in black stockings, and she maintained a standard and polite standing posture. "Hello sir, I'm Friday," she said with a smile. "How can I help you?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. The machine girl arrives too suddenly. Happiness came too suddenly, and the girl came a little too suddenly. To be honest, Chu Cheng didn't expect that such a thing could be shipped in the game card pool. Friday, the full name is Female Replacement Intelligent Digital Assistant Youth, which translates to Female Replacement for New Intelligent Assistants. The abbreviation of the first letters of each word in the name is Friday, which means Friday. There is an old saying that, if there is something to do, the secretary will do it. Iron Man Tony Stark is a standard practitioner of this saying. The story of him and his secretary Pepper is well known to everyone on his earth. But there is also a saying that a big tree attracts the wind. Stark has a big family and likes to show off all over the earth with an iron can, which naturally attracts all kinds of monsters. In addition, it is well known that he can't control himself, so his secretary position naturally becomes the first choice to get close to him. Therefore, his successive secretaries either covet his money, his technology, or his life. Stark has been tortured a lot during these years as Iron Man. Perhaps it is also for this consideration that Stark made up his mind not to hire a secretary again, but to let the artificial intelligence he independently developed take up this important position. So after his hard-working butler Jarvis changed into a vest called Vision and went solo, only in the MCU, the artificial intelligence Friday, known as the Fifth Sister, came into being. She is a new generation of artificial intelligence created by Iron Man Tony Stark, and also serves as Stark's personal secretary and Iron Man's multifunctional intelligent assistant. After Jarvis left, she managed all aspects of Tony's business, work, life, and combat in an orderly manner, and possessed a very powerful superintelligence. So strictly speaking, she is part of Iron Man's equipment, so she should be drawn as a hero equipment in the card pool. However, in Chu Cheng's impression, Friday is usually in Stark's helmet, and like Jarvis, before he became Vision in the movie, he is a ghost in the data world, invisible and intangible, only heard but not seen. In the comics, Stark pinched a beautiful face for her according to his own preferences, and usually appeared in the holographic image of a girl, but she rarely had a body that could move freely. Chu Cheng led her into the house, and tried to touch it. It felt soft and warm, and he could feel her real body temperature, just like a real girl. It was amazing. "Sir, you are pinching my arm," she said politely. Ahem. Chu Cheng coughed. "Are you a robot? It looks so realistic, and it feels even more realistic. You can understand it this way." Friday replied politely. "My body is made of artificial bionic skin wrapped on a mechanical skeleton, and the server host is inside. I just think it might make you more comfortable. If you feel uncomfortable, I can also adjust it back to a mechanical appearance." "Oh, no, it's fine this way." That's right. In the original work, whether it's Friday or Jarvis, although it seems that they appear in Iron Man's armor, their bodies are not there, but in the main server room built by Stark for artificial intelligence. The reason why Jarvis and Friday appear to be everywhere is because Stark has installed interactive interfaces everywhere from his home to the company to his personal devices, so he can interact with artificial intelligence like that. I wonder if this system considers that players are unlikely to have the hardware conditions to accommodate a super artificial intelligence server, nor do they have ubiquitous interactive interfaces like Stark, so the entire artificial intelligence is thoughtfully stuffed into an electronic body to facilitate player interaction. Of course, it may be what kind of interaction. After all, in the long process of updating and replacing this human XP system, the Mecha Girl is no longer a high-tech patch, not to mention the later ones such as the Ship Girl, the Knife Girl, the Tank Girl, and the Plane Girl. Those battleships in history would never dream that their mission would one day change from charging into being charged. Chu Cheng thought that this might be the legendary conservation of luck. So far, almost none of the hero equipment drawn from the C level to the B level pool has been used, and there are a lot of useless things like the Green Arrow eye mask. Finally, the accumulated luck exploded today, giving him a super artificial intelligence assistant, which is practical and capable. Of course, although it should be relatively reliable and reassuring as an intelligence drawn from the card pool, Chu Cheng did not relax his vigilance. He had a long talk with Friday, and after a detailed exploration, he got to know her in depth, and soon got a rough idea of her background. After some exploration, Chu Cheng soon discovered that this fifth sister had similar functions to most of those in the movie, with super analytical and computing capabilities, and could travel almost unimpeded in the network world of the Earth Star. But she only had basic functions as an artificial intelligence, and did not store data related to Iron Man's technology. In short, this fifth sister was factory set. It was a super AI of the same level as Friday in the original work, with the same initial settings, but it was not bound to Iron Man, so naturally it did not store key technologies related to Iron Man. Of course, if we only talk about hacking capabilities, Chu Cheng already had Batman, and there was nothing that could stop his firewall. But in situations like this where a large amount of information data needs to be processed, it would still be a lot more convenient to have an artificial intelligence. Next time you want to search for information in the graveyard of the insane asylum, you don't need to remotely control Batman to log in person. You can rely on Friday to access remotely. Your physical condition is relatively weak, and your hormone secretion is not at a normal level. Friday said, I strongly recommend that you go to bed and rest, sir. Can you monitor my physical condition? Yes, my visual sensor is equipped with various scanning functions, and my program comes with a sports and health module, which is bound to you, the master. Of course, if you don't like it, you can also let me turn off this module. Friday maintained a comfortable secretary-like smile. If you don't like it, you can ask me to turn off any module. Oh no, then leave it on. Although it felt a bit strange, after thinking about it, it was not bad to know his health status at all times, especially for a hardcore game geek like him who would overdraw and take drugs at any time. The surprise of drawing Friday made him excited for a while, but for Chu Cheng, who had been playing games all night, it was just a short-lived flash of light. After she said that, fatigue immediately came back, and he yawned involuntarily. Although he still wanted to continue to explore the interaction with artificial intelligence, his mental and physical strength were really a bit exhausted. After saying goodnight to the fifth sister, Chu Cheng fell on the bed and fell asleep. Just like every time he finished playing games, Chu Cheng fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. But maybe he was too excited about the appearance of an artificial intelligence girl before going to bed, and he actually had a strange dream at night that Friday said to him, "Congratulations, sir, your speed exceeds 99% of users in the country." Then he was startled awake. When he woke up, he was sweating all over. He breathed a sigh of relief after finding out that it was a dream, but he was still in shock, thinking that he had never had such a terrible nightmare in his two lives. When he woke up, the room was empty. This made Chu Cheng stunned for a while. He rubbed his temples and thought carefully for a moment. He gradually suspected that he fell asleep after playing the game too late yesterday, and the miracle of single draw was actually in a dream. With doubts brewing in bed for a while, he slowly got out of bed, dressed and walked out of the room. As a result, as soon as he came out, he found that an exquisite breakfast was already set on the table outside. Friday stood by the table, still smiling. "Sir, you are awake," she said. "I made breakfast for you on my own initiative. I hope you don't mind." Chu Cheng. Chapter 117. Secretary has something to do. This was unexpected to Chu Cheng. Although people have the saying secretaries do things when there is something to do, he was not unaware that Stark's super intelligent secretary was very powerful and almost omnipotent, but it was a bit unexpected that it also had the function of a rice cooker. Although he didn't expect it, he thought it was quite reasonable. For an intelligence like Friday, if he wanted to learn, he could immediately become a cooking master, but Stark, a wealthy dog, didn't need to let his super intelligent worth hundreds of millions do such a wasteful job as cooking. So Chu Cheng sat down and tasted it with a tried out mentality, and then his eyes lit up immediately, feeling like he had discovered a new world. "I have counted your recipes for the past year, including the most frequently chosen shops and the most frequently ordered dishes, and accurately calculated your taste preferences." As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and swiped in the air, and suddenly a transparent floating screen appeared out of thin air. It listed the amount of various seasonings in detail, and the accuracy after the decimal point made people feel that it was not a recipe, but a formula for some top secret potion. Chu Cheng was also surprised by the augmented reality floating screen, which was the same as the one in Stark's laboratory in the movie. Friday explained that she had a built-in projection system in her body, which could project holographic images through her palms. "If you think there is something that doesn't suit your taste, you can tell me, and I can adjust it," she said. "No, it's good." Chu Cheng was amazed. He really didn't expect that there was such a statistical scientific cooking method. Thinking about it, whether he was in the school cafeteria or ordering takeout, the food he usually ate was indeed fixed. Because after eating and drinking, it seemed that there were only a few restaurants in the nearby living circle that suited his taste. If he found a restaurant he liked, he would eat it again every 2 or 3 days. Friday should have checked his recipes through his consumption records, and then listed a detailed list, based on scientific statistics, almost perfectly restoring his favorite ingredients and flavors. A recipe tailored for him alone in the world. Chu Cheng felt a little happy when he just touched the tip of the iceberg of the benefits brought by the super intelligent secretary. If nothing else, at least he will have a good time in the future. Then, just as he was enjoying the most delicious breakfast in his memory, Friday walked up to him, flipped his delicate white hands, and projected a holographic screen on his palm. This time, some documents appeared on the screen. Chu Cheng squinted his eyes and quickly realized that these were the documents sent from the 9th department a day ago. There were some materials that he needed to sort and organize. They were also the first batch of work after he joined the company. Because the deadline given by his superiors was relatively loose, Chu Cheng had no intention of starting work in the past 2 days in the spirit of lying flat and never working until the deadline. But from the content on the projection screen, it seems that all the documents have been sorted out in different categories. During your rest, I completed your work without authorization. Friday said, I hope you don't mind. No, of course I don't mind. Salted Fish's biggest dream is to wake up one day and complete his work when the time comes. For such a good thing that his dream has come true, he can't wait to hug Friday and give him a big kiss. How could he mind? By the way, I think you may have forgotten the assignment for the linear algebra class. I downloaded the assignment document in your course group chat. The screen on Friday's palm flashed again, and a new folder was automatically opened, showing a homework document named with his name, class, and student number. That is the naming requirement of modern teachers for their homework. In other words, the thoughtful 5th sister not only helped him to finish the linear algebra homework, but also changed the title format for him according to the requirements. As long as his master nodded, she would submit and send it in the next second. He hadn't even seen what the homework looked like. If you think I'm a bit presumptuous, or if there are some things you would rather do yourself, you can also tell me. It's okay, it's fine like this. Chu Cheng smiled. In the past, he only thought that the dog owner Stark must be very happy because his food, clothing, housing and transportation were all assisted by black technology. Now he found that he was wrong. The happiness of the dog owner is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Unlike the housekeeper type intelligent Jarvis, Friday is more like Stark's electronic secretary while working part-time as a housekeeper. The secretary's job requires her to be comprehensive and consider all kinds of things for the boss in advance. Sometimes the boss himself does not think of many things, and the secretary should be able to take the initiative to complete them. With the existing AI technology on the Earth pole, the artificial intelligence programmer who can reach this level can't even imagine it in his dreams, but Iron Man's technology can do it. So the technology tree of Marvel Earth is also quite abstract, and it may be deformed. From the overall setting, the technology of Marvel Earth is the last in the universe. Humans are primitive natives who are trapped on the planet of the Novice Village and don't even understand their own galaxy. But if you say that his technology is weak, what about Iron Man, Mr. Fantastic, Doctor Doom and other technology side hackers all came from Earth? From time to time, they can give you a set of god-killing weapons that scare the gods of the universe and run away. It is suspected that they have some secret deals with the Blue Fat Man, the science side god of the 22nd century. So the technology tree of Marvel Earth may not only be a problem of crooked points, but also a direct fault. The average level of all human beings is the bottom natives of the universe, but a few hackers represented by Stark are another matter. Chu Cheng finished his breakfast comfortably, watching Friday clean up and clean up. For the first time in his life, he felt like he was being treated like a rich man. At the same time, he was wondering if changing his 5th sister into a maid outfit would be the best way to kill her. Then his face suddenly changed slightly. Wait, if she had selected unfinished work and homework from her computer and network data, wouldn't that mean Friday? The girl paused, stopped her work, and turned around respectfully. I'm here, sir. Point, have you seen my hard drive? Yes, sir. But don't worry, your learning materials are safe, as are your browsing records. Friday said, revealing a mischievous and cunning smile, and winked at him. Chu Cheng. Elsewhere, in an unknown room. A round table with 6 seats. 5 figures sat in 5 of the seats, and one of the chairs was empty. I heard that someone's safe house was exposed last night. A woman's voice came from the shadows. A tail-like object protruded from behind the chair where she sat. shaking twice in the darkness. "It's just a small accident, no big deal." The woman sitting opposite said lazily, "My people detonated the room, and there will be no evidence left. But your people were caught. It's just an irrelevant chess piece that can be discarded at any time." The woman opposite said, smiled lightly, and leaned out of the shadows. Her pretty but extremely pale face came into the light. "Senior agent of the 9th Special Service Department, Chen Miayu. Chess pieces like this," she said with a smile, "as many as you want." The woman opposite did not speak. The black tail fell into her hand, and she gently stroked it. "Now is the most critical moment. We need to be more careful." In another seat, a sturdy and tall man said, "But at this critical moment, we have lost an important member." He paused here, and his eyes fell on the empty seat next to the round table. "He's right." The speaker was another man at the table. He leaned back in his chair, and several tentacles extended from his back, dancing silently in the darkness. The fall of Dreamwalker should be a wake-up call for all of us. He despised his enemies, and paid the price for it. The rest of us should take this as a warning. We can no longer afford to lose any more people. Dreamwalker was originally a boring person. Chen Miayu chuckled twice. He never knew how to appreciate. The woman with a tail opposite glanced at Chen Miayu from the shadows. "I think the point of this statement is for you. You are too high profile. Don't worry, I know my limits." Chen Miayu didn't care. The woman looked at her with a slightly displeased look. "It seems that you like this face very much." The woman said unhappily, "You don't intend to show your true face even here? Huh? What are you talking about? I don't seem to understand." Chen Miayu leaned back in her chair with a smile, and her long legs in long boots were placed on the table. "This is my real face. You. Okay, that's enough." In the middle of the round table, the man who had remained silent from beginning to end spoke. He sat up straight, and his face poked out from the shadows. "The number one person on the wanted list of the 9th Special Service, the defected agent, Leng Ji. The awakening of the key is accelerating, and it is expected to happen in the next 2 days." He said, "I want all of you to be vigilant." As he spoke, his eyes swept over everyone present. The other 4 were silent. Even Chen Miayu put down her long legs and resumed her sitting position, looking well behaved. "Whether it's the 9th Special Service Division or those so-called heroes in strange costumes," Leng Ji said, "anyone who disturbs the awakening process is not allowed. Before that, we don't need any extra attention. So no matter who you are, keep a low profile for now. Am I clear?" Although he said this to everyone, his eyes clearly fell on Chen Miayu. "Yes, I understand." Chen Miayu smiled sweetly at him. "Who makes you the boss?" The average subscription exceeded 4,500. 3 more chapters, another 8,000 plus words. Continue to ask for subscriptions and monthly tickets. Chapter 118, Le. I have applied to access the Batcave system. The analysis and comparison process you conducted last night using the Bat computer should be about to produce results now. Friday said as Chu Cheng sat down at the computer desk, and at the same time he stretched out his hand and opened a floating window, on which was the application interface waiting for permission. "You may need to log into the Bat computer in the Batcave to pass my access application, so that you can directly connect to the Bat computer through me in the future." Chu Cheng raised his eyebrows. "It can be done this way." He started the computer and prepared to log in, and at the same time couldn't help but glance back at Friday. "What are you wearing?" He noticed that Friday had changed into a sailor suit without knowing when. The dark blue sailor collar and the red bow tie were as clear as the wind and sweet as a girl. "Oh, because I checked your browsing history and found that you may prefer this among various clothing styles." Friday said, "If you have other preferences, you can customize it in the personalization module." Wait, are you saying that any clothing model can be changed freely? Not only clothing, but also my appearance can be adjusted. If you wish, you can customize it in the personalization module. She demonstrated the functions mentioned while she was talking. With a burst of golden particle effects pushing past her, the sailor suit disappeared little by little. Instead, it was replaced by a classic black and white maid outfit, a small skirt with white lace edges, and white stockings under the skirt clinging to the fair and slender thighs, which is a perfect combination of cuteness and sexiness. "Is so magical?" The visual effect of this appearance switching reminded Chu Cheng of Vision in the movie. As a robot, Vision can also change his body shape at will to transform into any clothing and any appearance, switch from a machine to a human body, and even applaud for love with Scarlet Witch. So Chu Cheng once again sighed that technology really brings convenience, and Stark's happiness is unimaginable. Even seriously speaking, this ability is invincible when used as a spy to infiltrate. It is simply a mechanical version of Mystique. Of course, it is only in theory. Fifth Sister is so useful that it is definitely reluctant to ask her to go out for field work. If she has any problems, it will be a bloodbath. It is better to keep her by your side. The fifth sister quickly changed back to the factory set secretary outfit, and after the demonstration, she switched back to the sailor suit style, blinking her eyes obediently. Chu Cheng was also a little moved when she heard that the appearance could be adjusted. After all, the factory setting was based on Stark's aesthetic standards, and the XP preferences of this rich man were almost known to the whole world. He once created a dedicated artificial intelligence girl for himself and named her Chili. Even if he put a bracket behind the AI and marked Chili, a kind of plant, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Since the face can be pinched, Chu Cheng's first thought was Jerusalem. No, it was his 3672nd wife Tifa. But unfortunately, the cultural industry of the Pole Star is scarce, and it seems that there is no fantasy. There are no photos, and no data to pinch the face, and the hands are not good, so it feels that it may not be that easy. After all, pinching the face is also a technical job. If you really want to do this thing seriously, you may just sit there for a whole day with a cup of tea and a cigarette. So although this function is tempting, Chu Cheng still put this work aside for the time being, and will slowly fix it when he has time later. Chu Cheng turned on the computer and logged into the game and chose Batman to enter the Batcave. After the Batcomputer started up, a remote connection request from Friday popped up soon. Chu Cheng clicked the permission button, and a rather metaphysical cross-dimensional link was immediately established. This link allows Chu Cheng to access the Batcomputer without having to log into the game and choose Batman. This allows Friday to remotely access the database in the Batcomputer, and also query the information of Batman's registration records, including vehicle weapon data and equipment in the arsenal. The traces extracted from the secret room of Sloan Technology and Zuruawa's home last night have been analyzed. Friday said, some kind of metamorphic rock powder was found in both footprints. A great detective once said that footprints are like an itinerary card, and an excellent detective can infer a person's entire day's itinerary from the soles of his shoes, or even longer. Similar to the reaction of some minerals, but this is a bit strange. Friday displayed the name and content of the powder ingredients on the screen in front of Chu Cheng. Of course, this was useless, and her master could not understand it. Why is it strange? Chu Cheng said that the civil engineering novice had no idea. Fortunately, he did not need to understand it himself, because the omnipotent secretary Friday knew everything. The construction engineering in this world rarely uses this mineral as a material. Although it is a good choice, it is not easy to extract, and the price is relatively high. Construction contractors are not often willing to use this kind of thing. So I checked all the places in the city that have used this material that can be found in the data records. Friday's tone was light, and his words were understated, but Chu Cheng felt that this did not sound like a small project. It can only be said that superintelligence may have her own way of doing things, and the boss does not need to know too much. After excluding several places where I think the probability is less than 1%, I think the place we are looking for is here. She projected a crisscrossed map and marked their destination with red dots of light. That was the intersection where the owner of the secret room in Sloan Technology and a missing girl might have visited. Here is the sewer system. Friday continued, this is the only area in the city's sewers that uses this material. Maybe you would like to go there and see the situation, sir. Chu Cheng once again lamented that fifth sister was so useful, and suddenly a new idea came to his mind. So, if I'm not at the computer, can I let Friday operate the game character for me? No, if that's the case, doesn't that mean I don't need to do anything at all? If something happens, fifth sister will take over, and he will be responsible for lying down and shouting, and he will have nothing to do at all. He even thought of the title of the story, Friday and Her Useless Salted Fish Master. But when he tried to ask this constructive question, the answer he got was no. All superheroes will only accept your manipulation, sir. Friday answered his question with a smile. This game, this entire system is bound to you. Whether it's heroes or equipment, all the features that come with the game are only yours. Even if they are in your position and use the same device to input, they will not respond to anyone else's operation instructions. After a pause, he joked, of course, including me. You can treat me as your private property, and I don't support transfer. Is that so? Chu Cheng didn't really notice this. After all, this game has been his secret since the first time it was launched, and he has never thought of asking other people to try it out for him. So it turns out that it is still a loyal and principled game, and it does not support account sharing. A few minutes later, Batman was back online. Although it is still daylight and strictly speaking it is not Batman's activity time, it is not a big problem. Anyway, there is not much difference between day and night in the city sewers. It is well known that sewers, like ventilation pipes, are one of Batman's good partners. When the master enters a sewer, it is not like going home, but at least it is like entering his own back garden. Chu Cheng soon found that Friday was right. There is indeed a problem here. The detective mode scan quickly discovered several figures in this pipe. Batman hid in the dark and performed facial recognition on 2 of them and found that they were similar to the people caught last night, and they were also members of nearby gangs. One of them had a slight distortion in his body posture, which is a feature that appears in a few infected people. Infected? It looks like it, sir. Friday said, I don't recommend you to take action here. There may be more people nearby. Chu Cheng nodded. He didn't need Friday to remind him that this was exactly what he was thinking. It was a taboo to act rashly without exploring the terrain and the enemy's situation, and it was even more inconsistent with Batman's style. Batman kept moving in the shadows and soon found out more. There were not only this wave of people, but also more gangsters. They seemed to be scattered in this sewer system, but they were all gathered in this area. Like a guard post, I established their positions in patrol routes. Friday said, there is some hidden regularity in their distribution, surrounding a center. I tried to reverse the calculation, based on the observation field of view and coverage area of each of their positions, and then I guessed that the position of their elm should be at this point. Chu Cheng saw her mark a red dot on the floating map that appeared in his palm. Can this be calculated? Chu Cheng was a little surprised, while controlling Batman to sneak in the shadows towards that direction. Batman stopped at the edge of the wall, facing the first-person perspective of Batman entering the area, and pressed the space bar to perform a deep scan. The result was actually fed back very quickly. There is a lot of room behind this to hide things. Chu Cheng couldn't help but glance at Friday. Obviously, there is a secret door hidden here, and an unknown space opened up by someone is hidden inside the pipeline system. And Friday actually calculated the location of the door entirely, based on the distribution of the sentries. Fifth sister, Yides. Chu Cheng has roughly observed the situation here. It is obviously not practical to open this door without solving the sentries. Batman has at least a dozen ways to deal with everyone here, but it is also difficult not to alert others in the process. At least 6 people have obvious characteristics of the infected. Chu Cheng said. I counted 7. Friday said, if we have to prepare for the worst, sir, maybe they are all infected. We may be facing an organized group of infected people. So far, we only know of one organized group of infected people in this world. Chu Cheng said. Death Soldier. Sir, I think what we found may not be just someone's safe house, a secret room, or a stronghold. Friday's voice continued to sound. I think we may have found the lair of the Death Soldier. Chapter 119 is over JPG. To be honest, Chu Cheng was a little surprised by this development. He thought he was just looking for the traitor in the asylum, but he didn't expect that he had actually found the traitor's lair. Or even if it's not the lair, it may be an important base. I personally don't recommend you to act rashly. Friday continued. We still know very little about this organization. From the members we have encountered so far, there may be more people with special abilities among them. How many people there are and what abilities they have are completely unknown. I don't think it's a good idea to rush in without intelligence. This is indeed the truth. If it were Batman, he would definitely agree with this point of view. Knowing nothing about the enemy, you just go in blindly and do it. Such reckless work is often done by Green Lantern, and the final result at this time is often that Green Lanterns are no more than 5, and if they are more than 5, they will be wiped out. But we are remotely controlling virtual characters, and not being afraid of danger is one of the biggest advantages of virtual characters. Chu Cheng said. Anyway, if the game character dies, you only need to wait for the reading bar to cool down before you can revive. Even if you are caught, you can just go offline and escape. It may not be a bad idea to rush in directly to explore the situation and test the depth of the enemy. Directly breaking in is also a solution. If you decide so, I can help you plan a plan. Friday said softly, but I suggest that there is a better idea. Maybe we can use the power of our allies appropriately. Chu Cheng was stunned. Allies? We still have allies? Then he soon realized that Friday was referring to the Special Service 9th Division. It might be that, since the madhouse appeared in his field of vision, it was either eating melons and shouting 6 or hanging up, or it was the reserved program werewolf, playing the classic script of There Is a Ghost Among Us. After a long time, Chu Cheng has become accustomed to the rhythm of farming alone outside to gain economy, catching someone and stealing a tower whenever he has time, and basically forgot about teammates. After listening to Friday's analysis, he thought it seemed to make sense. No matter how powerful the jungler is, it is impossible for him to go up and kill everyone alone. Even if the teammates are paper made, he can at least go up to attract firepower, at least before they are wiped out. It can buy some output time for the big brother, so that the big brother has a chance to kill through the back row. Of course, it was just an analogy. He didn't really think that the madhouse was so bad that they would be defeated. They might not be very good at killing boss, but at least they could kill minions to attract fire and create space for the big brother to gank in the back row. It's just that Chu Cheng subconsciously felt that only the game character he controlled was absolutely invincible, not afraid of sacrifice or death, and his heroes did have such powerful power, so he didn't want to involve others. So it can't be completely blamed on the teammates for being bad. Regardless of whether the teammates were really bad, he never waited for his teammates and never thought about cooperating with others. You are a hero, but you don't have to be alone, sir. Friday said. Me? I'm not a hero. Chu Cheng shook his head. I'm just a gamer. You show up when people need you, and you allow people to go out on the street at night without fear. You create a symbol, comfort people, and inspire people, so that countless people can be confident about tomorrow. If this is not considered a hero, then what is? Do heroes have to risk their lives? Chu Cheng looked back at her with some surprise, and found that the girl's face was full of seriousness, and there was a lively look in her eyes. That brilliance even made him forget that she was an AI. Sir, to me, you are a very great hero. Chu Cheng didn't know if it was an illusion, but he actually felt as if he saw a sincere, almost admiring look in her eyes. Okay. Chu Cheng's attention returned to his computer screen. It was indeed a realistic AI produced by Stark. He took a deep breath and felt that he had played games for 2 lifetimes, and sitting in this familiar seat and in front of the familiar monitor had never felt so special. Let's go see if Agent Luo is asleep. Agent Luo was in the bedroom of his apartment. He sat comfortably in an easy chair with his legs crossed and a cigarette in his mouth. He wore a head-mounted glasses device on his face, which looked like a VR headset. That's right, Agent Luo actually looked like he was playing a VR game, and it was probably a first-person shooter. Chu Cheng seemed to have heard about it in the 9th Division. Indeed, many agents played VR games at home to familiarize themselves with tactics as a training project in their spare time. The operations department handpicked several hardcore games, saying that these games would help cultivate tactical awareness and develop agent capabilities, and encouraged everyone to use games for training during their rest time. However, there were also rumors that it might be simply because the operations director was a game geek. In the early years, everyone's impression of VR was game consoles. After some time, whenever this thing was mentioned, the first thing that came to everyone's mind was easily I will attack in Gundam form. I don't know how the style of painting was led astray. In fact, Chu Cheng had thought about using the entire set of VR equipment to remotely control the character. The panoramic picture of the first-person perspective can help him immerse himself in the hero's perspective, and it may be more convenient to operate in actual combat. Maybe the operation experience can also cosplay Iron Man's actual combat perspective. However, after he explored it, he found that the game does not seem to support VR function at present, so he can only wait and see whether it will be unlocked after the system is upgraded in the future. Going to bed early is good for your health, Agent Luo. Batman spoke from the shadows. Luo Yajin realized who the guest was without taking off his equipment. He muttered sarcastically, "That's right, you can just come in and treat it as your own home." "Oh, you already treat it as your own home, then it's okay." He took off the equipment and threw it aside, turning around. "You made quite a commotion at Sloan Technology last night, and the investigation team was in a mess." Luo Yajin said, "I guess you should have found something. There is a secret room hidden in the office of the chairman of Sloan Technology. The traces extracted from it show that a woman with a similar body shape and weight to Agent Shin Miyu was active there. After extracting the footprints and tracking them, we locked onto this place." As he said this, Luo Yajin found that his phone vibrated. He picked up the phone and unlocked the screen, and found that an image was sent from an unknown number. Is this the sewer? There are multiple infected people guarding a certain entrance in the sewer area, a base of organized infected people. Organized infected people. Luo Yajin also showed a surprised expression. "NND, you found the nest of the Death Soldiers?" Although he never doubted the detective ability of this bat, wasn't this too efficient? The investigation team of the 9th Division was still running around like a headless fly, but he even found out the location of the human crystal? That is to say, they took the initiative to inform him. Otherwise, by the time they noticed the news, Batman might have already pushed the human crystal. By then, the asylum would be late to realize it, and what awaited them might be the It's Over JPG. But since the other party took the initiative to tell him this, "You want to cooperate with the Secret Service 9. Batman did not answer directly, but said, "You found these yourself, Agent Luo, not me." "Ha, is this really okay?" Luo Yajin smiled and tapped the ash. "They may even use your credit to give me a promotion and a raise, and maybe no one will even thank you for it. But I guess you didn't even think of thanking me for doing these. And then I guess you are gone now?" Luo Yajin pinched out the cigarette butt, turned his head, and looked at the shadow, and found that there was no one there as expected. "Ha, I knew it." He felt that he had begun to master the skills of dealing with someone. Chapter 120, Stealing the House for a Moment of Pleasure. 2022-08-14 Sewer Pipe. None of the infected people present noticed any signs beforehand until a round metal object was thrown in from somewhere and rolled down among several people. The next second, the object exploded. Tear gas instantly swept the space, mixed with the stench of the sewer. Before the infected people had time to react, dense gunfire rang out like a series of firecrackers. Countless bullets penetrated the bodies of the infected, and the first-hand firepower achieved an almost perfect suppression effect. The action team of the Special Service 9th Department gained control of the entire pipeline in the shortest time, and completely cleared all the sentries in the pipeline in just a few minutes. Confirmed safe. Soldiers in combat uniforms walked into the pipeline one after another. They were almost armed to the teeth, wearing helmets and black gas masks, and not an inch of skin was exposed on their bodies. More people entered the pipeline, including Luo Yajin and Fana, who had the ability to control the Phantom. Then Batman was at the edge of the blind spot of all their vision. It should be said that, although Chu Cheng felt that many aspects of the Madhouse teammates, including security, were unreliable, he still admired their execution and efficiency. He had just revealed the situation to Agent Luo last night, and today he had led the Vanguard troops to block the door. Regardless of their subsequent performance, at least they were efficient in clearing the miscellaneous soldiers, taking the initiative to control, and then efficiently focusing fire. To be honest, considering that the other party was just a lackey, at least the number was there. If Chu Cheng took action himself, He might not be more efficient than them. Then they guarded the entrance and sent out an agent with special abilities. Chu Cheng had never seen this agent, but the files of the 9 departments were basically not confidential to him. The facial recognition in the detective mode quickly locked her identity. Agent Duanlan. Her ability is sound wave release, which is basically a human-shaped sonar. He can release sound waves like a bat and then detect the situation by receiving the feedback information. It can be seen that the action team is quite stable. First, they range their humanoid sonar to explore. It seems that there is no abnormality in the room behind the door, and then they will continue to take the next step. The way to break the door is also simple and crude. It seems that everyone in the lunatic asylum is also irritable, and they don't have the good habit of slowly deciphering and cracking the secret door switch. Their method is very simple, just one word, bomb. There is no door that cannot be opened by one bomb. If there is, then 2 bombs. One explosion directly smashed the secret door of the dead man, and the whole pipeline was buzzing. Dust fell down, and shrapnel and wall fragments fell into the dirty water, splashing filth. The air was filled with a foul smell mixed with gunpowder. The scene reminded people of the country kids throwing firecrackers into cow dung during the new year. It was really cool, and it was really smelly. The mixed doubles of men and women at home were really painful. Sonar detection showed that there was nothing behind the wall. In order to be on the safe side, the team did not enter immediately after the gap was blown up. Instead, Fan released the Phantom to explore. The red-clothed Phantom flew into the gap, circled around in the dark room, and quickly returned to its owner. Fana shook her head, indicating that there was no one inside. "Let's go." Luo Yajin gestured, and one hand quickly metallized into the shape of a heart-thumping spray gun. It seems that Luo Jen is in the mood to play with a male gun today. The red-clothed Phantom still led the way, and the group entered the room one after another. But just as they entered, there was a slight sound, and the sudden light illuminated the entire space behind the door. Everyone saw that this was an empty white hall with 2 floors. The railings on the second floor were surrounded by infected people. Unlike the small fish standing guard outside the door, these were elite monsters with a higher degree of infection. Their bodies have been distorted towards inhuman trends. Some are standing, and some are crawling. The empty and cold sight makes people feel extremely horrified. This change was unexpected. They were ambushed. Impossible, Duanlan said puzzledly. The sound wave feedback does show that this is an empty room. There should be no one here, and there should be no second floor. Ha, the intelligence is right. I knew there was someone with sound wave abilities among you. A man appeared at the edge of the second floor railing, in front of a group of infected people. His face was so thin that he looked malnourished, and his skin and flesh seemed to be almost close to his bones, making his smiling face look a bit weird. But unfortunately for you, I'm anti-sound wave. He smiled. My ability is sound wave manipulation. So what you see through sonar is what I want you to see. Duanlan's face changed slightly. Although it is not known whether this man was out of self-confidence or had a rebellious mind, he revealed his ability without asking, like a star who would feel uncomfortable if he didn't show off. But Luo Yajin didn't mean to listen to his nonsense. The irritable male gun was playing in the wild online, and Agent Luo didn't say a word and directly sprayed a spray gun in his face. But the man who claimed to be anti-sound wave dodged in time. However, the 2 infected standing right behind him were caught off guard and were hit in the face by the gun. They probably thought that they happened to be standing behind their teammates, and this wave of scripts was a stable defense arrival, but they didn't expect that their teammates reacted so skillfully and sold them out. They were beaten to a bloody pulp before the team fight started. You are so impatient. Anti-sound wave straightened his collar and said slowly, "Then as you wish, let the party begin." Boom. There was an explosion, and the bomb that was set somewhere suddenly exploded, and many agents were overturned and blown to the ground. Countless infected people jumped down with the railings and rushed to the action team from all directions. The hall was in chaos, but it had nothing to do with Chu Cheng. On his computer monitor, Batman was crouching and walking on his knees in the ventilation duct. It's fun to steal the home, and it's fun to keep stealing the home. Although he asked his teammates for help this time, he naturally couldn't really expect to be the seer of this madhouse. The main function of teammates is to hold the front so that he has a chance to go around and cut in. If he lies down and expects the Secret Service to deal with everything, it feels like dragging Professor X out of his wheelchair and racing with Quicksilver, or like Black Bolt telling people to act according to Lawyer Mars' eyes. By the way, Black Bolt is half mute and can't talk casually. Anyway, if the Zenglian comics can give players any inspiration, it is that you should try not to let Batman fight head on, unless it is really necessary. Then the facts prove that Chu Cheng's understanding of the game was indeed correct. The scan in detective mode found multiple heat sources in a room. Batman went around to the top of the room, looked through the gap of the ventilation grill, and zoomed in on the camera to see the scene in the room clearly. The first person he locked onto was Agent Chen Miayu, who was currently digging 3 feet in the ground in the Secret Service 9th Division, but couldn't see her shadow. At this time, Agent Chen Miayu was sitting in the corner of the room, with a gloomy and a little dirty face. If Chu Cheng had met her face to face, he might not have been able to connect her with the smiling big sister he had met at the beginning. It was still the detective mode recognition function that recognized her identity. She looked listless, but other than that, the physiological signs that could be scanned seemed to be within the normal range, so there should be nothing wrong. The other people in the room were also women, although most of them were a little unkempt, because they had been detained for a long time. After scanning and identifying their identities, it can be seen from the photos of each of them displayed on the screen that they were all in good condition and their appearance should not be low. The facial recognition program also found the missing female college student Zuru Aoi that Sloan had explained. She was also in this room, hugging her knees and huddled in a corner listlessly. It seemed that all the hostages were detained here. Chu Cheng thought that it was a good thing that he had come here first. Otherwise, if the assassins use these hostages as a threat, the situation might be passive. At that time, either the lunatic asylum will be afraid of the consequences and will be restrained, or a Russian-style rescue will be launched, and the hostages will be shot with a rifle to prevent them from being passive. Chu Cheng felt that, if it was this group of lunatics, they would really be able to do such a thing. No matter which of the above situations is obviously not optimistic. So it is better to steal the hostages first, while the team fight is going on. Kicking the ventilation grill, Batman jumped down from the pipe. When he fell into the room, he first caused a scream, but it soon turned into a cry of surprise when he saw a life-saving straw. Batman. Agent Chen Miayu quickly came forward, and the towering half-white chest on her chest looked particularly magnificent because of the hasty movement. You have to hurry. We have to get out quickly. Someone must warn them that she can become our appearance. Chu Cheng was stunned. Become our appearance. Does it mean a shapeshifter? Like Mystique? He immediately thought of Chen Miayu's sneak attack on Miyazaki, the old thief on the mothership. Maybe that Chen Miayu is a person with the ability to change appearance. Sir, Friday reminded, you might want to check out the situation outside the door. A dull sound came from outside the door, sounding like something heavy had hit the ground. Chen Miayu and almost all the hostages in the room changed their expressions. Oh no. They're back. Chapter 121, A Tough Encounter. 2022-08-143 targets. They may be infected. No, from their body shape, they are more likely to be phantoms. Friday said, and retrieved the image information through the camera outside the room. Chu Cheng quickly saw the appearance of the 3 uninvited guests outside. With Friday, the problem of monitoring is easier to solve than before. In the past, to deal with the monitoring, Chu Cheng had to operate Batman to the effective range, select the universal decoder to aim and crack, but now even this step is saved. In front of the super intelligent Friday, ordinary firewalls are like the Emperor's new clothes, maybe even a female emperor. So Chu Cheng no longer has to personally take the trouble to let Batman hack the surveillance. Basically, Friday can help him hack wherever he goes. Whether it is a surveillance on the street, in the company, or in the asylum, as long as Chu Cheng likes, she can snap her fingers to let all the surveillance images play SpongeBob together. Hijacking the surveillance camera installed outside that should belong to the Villain gang, Chu Cheng also quickly saw the appearance of the enemy. 3 opponents. The first one has a burly figure like a bodybuilder, with fine scales covering his whole body like a layer of armor. He has only 3 fingers on both hands, and the tips are as sharp as steel. His huge body contains a sense of power visible to the naked eye. The second one looks like a woman. Most of his white skin is exposed, and only a few black leathers cover the key parts. The 2 small pieces of leather look almost like the headlights of a car in Bengbu. It can be said that he is tolerant and big. After finishing, he is equipped with a pair of long boots that increase attack speed and a long black tail behind him. His posture looks like a scorpion. With this appearance and image, if it were a different scene or a different place, Chu Cheng might think that the young lady came to ask for poverty alleviation and earn money for fabric. The third one's limbs and body shape are relatively normal. He looks of medium build, but his whole face is dark and his facial features are unclear. However, what is visually weird is that several tentacles extend from the part of his back that is roughly the spine, and each one is covered with shocking barbs. But the situation was strange. If this guy was alone, swinging a few long tentacles and lighting up the underworld, you might think he was here to make a horror movie. But standing side by side with the second guy in front of him, you would think they were partners in an action movie, the kind with a lot of romance. Especially those tentacles with barbs. The first impression was not horror, but oh my god, this is a heavy movie. As the saying goes, the first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. The moment Chu Cheng locked on the 3 of them, he decided on the tactics card. Batman pried open the door lock of the hostage holding room from the inside, and the door panel opened a gap. The 3 phantoms outside turned their heads in unison, and their eyes fell on the opened door. But before anyone came out, they heard a whistling sound. With a dull thud, a blunt object hit the scale-armored man's forehead. The huge impact made his whole body fly out and fall heavily to the ground. The other 2 were startled and turned their heads again, only to see that the shadow of the shadow had flown back to one person's hand. The man was wearing a tight blue uniform with a Snow White printed on his blue cross-section helmet, and his blue eyes were piercing. I can fight all day long. Shield Rack Commissar Luo held a vibranium shield and took a fighting stance. The door of the room was kicked open. Batman said go in a low voice, and the frightened hostages hurriedly ran out with their heads in their hands. Almost at the same second, Batman raised his hand and slapped a smoke bomb, and the spreading smoke covered their retreat. Oh no, you haven't got permission to leave yet. Scorpion jumped up, and her Snow White and charming shadow swayed a long black tail and flew towards the hostages behind the smoke. But just as she jumped, she heard a shout in the air. Excuse me, be careful. The Scorpion girl turned her head in midair, only to see a blurry red and blue after image hanging on a silk thread coming towards her. When she came to her senses, her vision was already filled with the red soles of boots. Bang! The Scorpion girl was hit by the kick and flew backwards in a very inelegant posture. Her figure shot diagonally into the wall behind her, smashing the bricks and stones, and a burst of white waves on her chest came fiercely and suffocated. After a gliding kick, Spider-Man rolled twice in the air and attached to the vertical wall beside him. He waved to the Scorpion girl who was kicked into the wall below. Sorry, lady, it's unavoidable for a novice to have poor eyesight when traveling, and sometimes it's unavoidable. The tentacle man took advantage of Spider-Man's distraction and used the darkness to sneak attack with a tentacle at high speed. The attack was so fast that it turned into an after image. With the shadow covering him, he was almost 100% confident that he could succeed, but he didn't expect that Spider-Man seemed to roll up along the wall without even looking and clung to the wall with his forepalms like a real spider, almost perfectly avoiding the attack. The tentacle man was surprised. He was known for his attack speed among the several phantoms in the organization. The trajectory of the tentacles was so fast that even his own eyes could not see it clearly. Even if they were prepared in advance for a head-on confrontation, several companions in the organization might not be able to avoid his thrust. With such a fast attack, with the shadow covering him, or taking advantage of the opponent's speech, how could it be avoided? What's more, he soon found that the opponent not only dodged it, but also seemed to dodge it without much effort. The guy rolled against the wall to avoid the attack while still chattering. A sneak attack. To be honest, it's too rude. But then again, I do know a guy who looks like you, with 8 legs, a round body, no hair on his head, and he really needs love. Are you distant relatives or something? As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, the tentacle man shot out 2 more tentacles, but they were still easily dodged. "Shut up, smartus," he shouted impatiently, while shooting several more tentacles. Okay, I know, you're smarter than me." Spider-Man flipped and landed with the graceful movements of a diver, and at the same time, he completed an almost impossible dodge with several non-human level showmanship moves. Several consecutive tentacles almost brushed his cheeks, shoulders, arms and the outside of his thighs. Not only were the movements pleasing to the eye, the body movements were incredibly fast, and the dodges also looked extremely dangerous. All the attacks almost grazed his body, and any one of them might have passed through his body if it deviated by 1 centimeter. But as the saying goes, he seems to be panicking, but he is actually as steady as an old dog. Maybe from your perspective, he is dancing in a minefield and testing the edge of death, but for the person involved, it may be really easy and stress-free. And while dodging him, he continued to fire. "Then considering that you are smarter than me, why don't you put all your hands down, so that it will look like I surrender and admit defeat, so that we can save time and effort, right? You are still talking tough. You'd better not let me catch you." All the tentacles behind the tentacle man fired at the same time, sprinting continuously like a machine gun. Although he refused to relax, he was actually in a storm. Something is wrong. What is the reaction speed, the mobility and balance of this body? Even if the special person uses a cheat several times faster, it is impossible to reach this level, right? By the way, the super vigilant combat awareness is also ridiculously strong. What is even more terrifying is that this man did not even breathe while he was talking with this series of unscientific high speed, high difficulty, and high standard 3 high movements to evade the attack. Especially when he was doing a series of movements such as a group flip, a side flip after landing, jumping, supporting himself with one hand, and standing on one leg. He did not pause at all in his thoughts or mouth during the whole process of speaking. His speech speed was very fast and very fluent. If someone closed their eyes and listened to his chattering, it might feel as ordinary and relaxed as talking while sitting or lying down. It is impossible for anyone to imagine that he was showing off his skills while firing a machine gun with his mouth. The tentacle man's heart became more and more solemn. He had encountered a tough opponent. Chapter 122. Are all those wearing masks monsters? 2022-08-14. The tentacle man was having a great time fighting with Spider-Man, while the scaled man who was hit by the shield first got up and immediately locked his sights on Captain America, who stole his shield. This man was immediately amused. How dare a stinky SB with a horse good cover come to their lair to make trouble? Do you really think that this big muscle man is just a decoration? So the scaled man roared and charged forward heavily, punching Captain America on the head. At this moment, Chu Cheng was operating the main perspective on Spider-Man, while Captain America was playing with a human computer proxy. It is well known that there are roughly 2 types of AIs that team up with players in this action game. The first type of teammates belong to the fierce group. The player is responsible for the gaga, and they are responsible for the random killing. The representative work is God of War and his old father. The second type is more common, and teammates in many traditional team-themed games are of this type. It is better to expect them to give less heads than to expect them to output. The existence of teammates can even make the difficulty coefficient of the game higher out of thin air. The current AI in this game is somewhere in between. They are not that smart, and they are definitely not on the same level as the players themselves. But they are not stupid enough to be killed. Not to mention that they are very showy. They at least look like a normal person. When the AI substitute character is Captain America, the gap becomes even smaller. Because no matter how good the AI technology is, as long as it can press the block button, there will be no problem. The armored man threw a fierce punch, and Captain America raised his shield to block it, but there was a bang sound, and the latter did not move at all. The armored man took 2 steps to the side and threw a powerful swing punch in a perfect arc. Captain America's shield was horizontal, and there was another muffled sound, but he still did not move. The armored man changed his position again and swung 2 punches with a muffled sound of breaking through the air. Captain America turned the shield in his hand nimbly, and there were 2 bangs, but he still did not move. Captain America, let the wind blow from the east, west, south, and north. I will remain unmoved. JPG. The armored man roared, and his arm covered with armor seemed to suddenly become thicker, and he threw another powerful punch. But this punch stopped at the moment, before it touched the 5-pointed star on the shield. The armored man's muscles relaxed instantly. His resolute expression seemed to finally give up, and he grimaced in pain, and his whole hand shook limply, as if it was broken. WDNM, what is this horse good cover that is so hard? Is it poisonous? The infected have no sense of pain, but the Phantom does. After a few punches, he almost crippled him. Then Captain America seized the moment when he stopped, and hit him on the chin with a shield, knocking him to the ground, and his chin was almost dislocated. I can fight like this all day. Captain America was full of momentum. The armored man almost vomited blood when he heard this, and his body twitched. Nonsense, you can fight all day long if you just hide behind that shield like a turtle. The problem is whether you can do it or not. My hands hurt. The torture of the tentacle man was also continuing. His attack speed had reached the limit, and his aiming was almost entirely based on feeling, but it was still useless. In addition, he discovered another even more bizarre thing. Once, the freak in the red and blue tights was in midair, and one of his tentacles locked onto his landing point. Just when he was about to hit, he suddenly jumped into the air. His figure suddenly rose a bit, and dodged the attack with a somersault. At that moment, the tentacle man's eyes almost popped out. What is this? Leaping in the air with the left foot on the right foot. Only the NIU family dared to break the laws of physics like this. Who are you? As a superhero with a lively and active character, the operation mode of Spider-Man game is definitely different from that of Batman. In previous Spider-Man games, double jumps are as essential as wall climbing and are the foundation of a hero's mobility. But it's a bit scary to see it in real life, and the tentacle man has a weird expression of "Where's Newton? Where's Newton? Help me." Perfectly avoiding all attacks, Spider-Man fired spider silk with both hands, and it stuck to the opponent with a snap. Then he pulled hard, and the tentacle man suddenly felt a huge force like a tidal wave coming from the two thin silk threads, and he was pulled over without any explanation. First, he was hit in the head by a fist, and then he was kicked in the chin. The tentacle man felt that his whole body was being hammered at an astonishing speed, and his body was almost deformed. After finally kicking him to the ground, Spider-Man did a somersault to catch up, grabbed a few of his tentacles, and tied them into a knot. After that, he grabbed the bundle of tentacles and lifted the Phantom up and smashed it on both sides of the ground. The 20-ton arm force made the entire underground building shake like an earthquake, and the Phantom was smashed into pieces in a few shots. The Scorpion Girl who was kicked away by Spider-Man at the beginning barely stood up. Originally, she bent her body and took a stance, planning to go up with her teammates to get back at the place with 2 cheese sandwiches. However, after seeing the inhuman agility of the opponent under the dense tentacle attack, she changed her mind and lay back in the corner as if nothing had happened and pretended to be dead. Of course, as a smart Phantom, this certainly cannot be called cowardly, and it is definitely not selling out teammates. She just rationally evaluated the difference in strength between the two sides, weighed the advantages and disadvantages of the enemy and us, and chose the tactic of letting teammates attract firepower to create flaws first, and then she waited for the opportunity to act. She waited patiently, and finally, the moment her teammate died, she saw the jumping tights monster stop moving and stop beside her teammate. Opportunity. Scorpion's eyes lit up, and she immediately recovered from her pretending to be dead state and revived at full state. She pounced on Spider-Man from behind, faster and more deadly than a cheetah hunting. However, Spider-Man didn't even turn his head and punched him back. Bang! Scorpion's pretty face hit the fist head on, and it looked like she had pounced and hit it with her face. Her whole face was deformed by the punch, and the moment she flew backwards, questions quickly popped up in her mind. No, doesn't this guy have eyes behind his back? Chu Cheng quickly switched back to Captain America. At this time, the scaled man was shouting at the top of his voice, but he was just shouting loudly. He was posing for a long time but couldn't punch. But it wasn't that he wanted to be a coward. The problem was that the opponent retreated behind the shield like a turtle and directly showed a posture of "I'm invincible, do whatever you want." After that, the shield was also equipped with anti-armor. If this continued, he would injure himself and kill him. The control was switched, and Captain America immediately changed his strategy and went straight to the front to attack. The scaled man was surprised and rushed to punch to block, but his fist hit the shield again, and his whole arm was immediately limp. Captain America's shield hit him hard on the chin and lower abdomen, and then kicked him to his knees. He moved behind him and spun back, and the explosive leg force kicked him upside down. The scaled man was so dizzy that he slid a long way away. As soon as his vision was restored, he saw a spider head lying on the ground in the middle of his vision. "Hey buddy, how are you doing today?" Spider-Man smiled. The scale-armored boy shrank, lying on the ground and punched. Although he was repeatedly defeated by that damn broken shield, it did not hinder his absolute confidence in his punching power. He was the most powerful among the several phantoms in their organization. Even a bear on the other side would be forced to kneel down with this punch. But the spider web-headed monster casually raised one hand with 5 fingers spread out, and with a snap, he firmly blocked his fatal punch, and his thin arm was like cast iron. Good boxing. The spider web-headed monster nodded repeatedly. This punch is at least worth 8 points, if the full score is 100 points. Scale-armored man. No, are all you masked people monsters? Although Chu Cheng did not expect his teammates to be of any use from the beginning, the teammates of the Madhouse actually performed well this time. At least they did hold the frontal firepower, not only creating a powerful output environment for the masked people in Chu Cheng's hands, but also a good record. After a fierce fight, the infected people in the hall were lying on the ground in all directions. Although these infected people and those who were on the lookout outside may be considered elite, they are just a mob with empty data after all. Although the physical fitness of the agents of the 9th Division may not be as good as these mutated infected people as special people, their combat experience and skills as well as their well-trained coordination can perfectly make up for this shortcoming. An agent may not be a match for one of the infected people one-on-one, but if it is 2 agents 2-on-2, the chances of winning will be greater. Of course, the more important point about this is that they have guns. Unlike those infected people who rely entirely on physical ability and self-healing vitality to fight, the official special people are equipped with protective weapons. There is a saying that, if you don't have enough ability, you can make up for it with krypton gold. There is also a famous saying, use your head to think about how to become stronger without krypton gold. The group of infected people actually just relied on the advantage of ambush to catch the official agents off guard, but once they waited for the official agents to stabilize their position, their behavior was essentially to take advantage of their high health and hold daggers to fight the opposite Fakarin. It was a miracle that they could win. Only the phantom called Anti-Sound Wave who led the team was slightly stronger, but it was obviously not very active. Although the pressure of the 9th Division agent was basically shared by the infected people, he basically only had to deal with Fanner's Phantom and the Lawyer Army agent with combat abilities, but it was obviously not easy. Anti-Sound Wave was not a phantom with combat abilities. Compared with actual combat, his ability was more like a scout. Although as a phantom, he had physical fitness far beyond that of humans, but compared with several teammates in the organization, he was still not suitable for direct confrontation. In fact, he didn't intend to run up alone to give up for nothing. He was originally a frontline ward to observe the situation, and found that the opponent was also warding to observe, so he reversed the ward and led a wave of soldiers. The original plot was that he led the line alone to create the initiative, and then his teammates took the opportunity to catch the invaders in a trap. As a result, he was the only one who led the line for a year, but his teammates were nowhere to be found. One by one, they were just hanging around in the fountain and there was no movement. If he followed the team well, he would be the boss. However, if his teammates did not follow, he would immediately become a free kill. Not only would he get a lot of kills, but he would also be greeted as Li Jigan the god and the devil by others. His mentality was blown. Anti-Sound Wave is in this state now. The combination of Red Phantom and Agent Luo has basically broken him. But he actually hasn't realized the seriousness of the problem. Because the only thing that is more frustrating than being suppressed by others in your own tower and leaving all your teammates to obbies, that you go up alone to hold down the opponent's main force and then look back to see that all your teammates had been killed by the opponent who went around and blocked the fountain. Human-computer interaction is not like this. The idea is difficult. Bullshit. So Anti-Soundwave made a feint, first using the sound wave ability to detonate not far away, and a loud noise like an explosion exploded. No one can avoid being distracted when such a loud noise occurs in the battle. Even if he doesn't look back, as long as he pauses for a moment, he can buy room to breathe. Anti-Soundwave took the opportunity to withdraw from the battle, relying on his strong physical fitness to jump back and distance himself. While jumping away, he taunted, "Ha, the Special Service 9 is just like this." It's not at all. Before he finished speaking, he saw Luo Yajin raised his hand without even looking, and a volley of bullets hit his body in midair, as if it was aimed automatically. Anti-Soundwave groaned, and before he finished the second half of his words, he fell to the ground and began to roll. The red-clothed phantom followed him like a shadow, and almost the moment he landed, he had already approached and restrained the opponent. At this time, the infected in the back row had been almost cleared, and the remaining agents were cleaning the battlefield and finishing the finishing blows while paying attention to the battle situation here. Seeing that the two leaders of their own team had successfully defeated the other side, they felt a little relieved and also admired. Although this battle did not last long, everyone saw the strength shown by Luo Yajin and Fanna's phantom. The phantom was strange and swift, and its moves were so beautiful that they were breathtaking. At the same time, it was also deadly and powerful. Its body movements were like ghosts, just like its name. Even as well-trained special people, they thought they did not have the courage to face such an enemy when armed. Luo Yajin was originally the most outstanding one among the 9 special people. Since his phantom was eliminated, he has taken a big step towards being inhuman. Now he not only has the ability to transform into a few individual weapons, but also the physical fitness he showed in the actual combat just now is impressive. Not to mention the proficiency of the gun, that was as good as the automatic aiming. During the period, several shots hit, as if they were fake, which surprised and delighted people. Very powerful, you hit well. Luo Yajin approached Fanna and gave her praise generously. Thank you. The girl didn't look at him when she spoke, but continued to stare at the anti-Soundwave who had been knocked down. The red-clothed phantom lifted him up. After being shot continuously and taking a whole set of combos, the phantom anti-Soundwave had basically lost the strength to fight again. According to the style of the 9th Division, he would basically be shot on the spot. But no one was prepared for what happened next. Seeing that the team had already finished fighting, and only one last shot was needed to finish the get-off work, a group of after images suddenly flashed in the shadows. No one could see what happened clearly. There was only a muffled sound, and the red-clothed phantom suddenly flew back, as if it had been hit hard. What the hell? Agent Luo Yajin, who was ready to open champagne to celebrate, also changed his face slightly. A new figure appeared in front of Anti-Soundwave. He was wrapped in something that looked like an unknown substance, a bit like scales, and a bit like some kind of metal. The shape gave people the feeling that it was some kind of exoskeleton, but it was not the kind of high-tech armor, but more like some kind of biological structure, covering the whole body of the man. Luo Yajin narrowed his eyes and transformed his hand into a machine gun again. A new phantom? The man slowly turned around and glanced at them coldly through a mask-like shell. Then the man's mask opened, revealing a sharp face hidden under the mask. Luo Yajin saw the man's appearance clearly, and his expression gradually changed from dullness at the first time to doubt, and then to shock at the truth, after he was sure that he was not mistaken. Leng Ji. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 finally here. 2022-08-14. After the first month of joining the Special Service Division 9, Luo Yajin learned that the Division 9 had its own wanted criminal list. But unlike the lists of institutions such as the Public Security System or the Intelligence Bureau, the Division 9 has its own logic for ranking wanted criminals. After all, as the saying goes, every profession has its own expertise. The original purpose of the establishment of the Special Service Division 9 was to deal with extraordinary events and deal with the source of infection to prevent the spread. So their ranking of the wanted list is also based on this logic. It is for this reason that their list is actually not long and is rarely updated. Because whether it is the infected or the traffickers involved in the trade of infected objects, they are not the kind of guys you can let go of for too long. They will be arrested or executed on the spot in the shortest time, and there will be no chance to be on the list. But there is only one person, a guy who is almost unknown to everyone in the entire Special Service Division 9. He has been at the top of the list since the establishment of this organization. His position as the #1 wanted criminal has never been shaken, and he sits at the top as stable as Mount Tay. That person is Leng Ji. He was once a legendary man in the entire department, a role model and a goal for all agents. Until one day, during a mission, he brutally killed all his teammates and innocent people, and overnight he went from being a banner to the worst traitor in history. After that, he disappeared without a trace, and even with the ability of the 9th Special Service Department to have eyes and ears all over the world, they never got any news about him. Only his name was listed at the top of the wanted list day after day, as if it was a silent mockery of everyone in this huge organization. Until today, since Luo Yajin joined the 9th department, Leng Ji's name has been listed at the top of the wanted list. So he has never had the opportunity to meet this person, and this is the first time he has seen him. But according to the information on the wanted list, Leng Ji is just an ordinary agent. Although he is rarely outstanding in his skills and his abilities are very outstanding, he is only an ordinary agent. But looking at his current appearance and the power that blasted back the red-clothed phantom, he doesn't look like an ordinary person at all. Luo Yajin's machine gun locked onto Leng Ji. Leng Ji's phantom? He remembered that his own phantom looked the same as him, and that guy had caused him a lot of trouble by swiping his face to check in through the camera. Judging from the skills and explosive power just now, he was more inclined to think that the person on the other side was a phantom than an infected person. Agent Luo Yajin. Leng Ji spoke. Do you recognize me? Of course, your style and way of doing things are very impressive. Really? Then you must know that I personally prefer to do more and talk less. The moment before the voice fell, the machine gun in his hand opened fire. Luo Yajin deliberately opened fire before the last sentence "do more" and "talk less" was said, in order to catch him off guard. The effect was achieved, and all the bullets hit. But only the impact of the bullets shook Leng Ji's upper body, and the deformed bullets fell to the ground with a clang. Luo Yajin's child hole shrank. Can't the bullet penetrate? Such a strong attack is still quite rare. No matter how strong the infected person is, his physical strength is limited. At most, he can only say that he has strong endurance and is less affected by bullets or recovers faster than ordinary people. Few people can block bullets with their physical bodies. Even the phantoms known so far are similar. Whether it is Luo Xiaoyan who laughed wildly before, or Fanna's red-clothed phantom, although they may not be affected by a few bullets, they should not be unable to break through the defense. Then the opponent moved. Faster than the red-clothed phantom, Leng Ji had already rushed in front of him when he came to his senses. Luo Yajin was secretly surprised and almost instinctively crossed his arms to block in front of him, and his hand equipment instantly changed into a shield. The next second, a heavy punch hit the shield. An astonishing strange force crossed the shield, making his arms almost unconscious in an instant, and the whole person flew out in the air, feeling like a shot put thrown by a strong force. The remaining agents have also reacted, raised their guns and aimed, and pulled the trigger. Leng Ji's figure flashed, and he flashed out at a very fast speed. Countless bullets tore through his afterimage, but most of them missed. The few remaining ones hit him, and twisted and deformed, and the shells fell to the ground with a clang, but they had no effect at all. The next moment, the three agents flew out of the ground together. They vomited blood, and even through the combat uniforms and protective gear, they felt their internal organs were shaken violently, as if they were deformed by a heavy blow. Leng Ji broke up their formation, and cut into the middle of the action team like a sharp blade out of its sheath. In just a few steps, Leng Ji showed excellent combat awareness. He deliberately cut into the middle of the agent's formation to ensure that there were teammates behind each gun line in the opponent's field of vision. In this way, if the agents fired and he dodged, there would be a risk of hitting their teammates, which in disguise formed a blockade of everyone's gun line. So close combat became their only option. But unfortunately, that was not a good idea. When he was an official agent, Leng Ji had once broken a lot of records in the department. Whether it was weapon proficiency or close combat, he was a fierce general with few rivals. Now, somehow, he has gained a surge in attributes, and his fighting ability has increased. In just a few moves, many agents have fallen. He is agile, and even as a special person, the agents find it difficult to react in time. They often realize that they have already been knocked to the ground when they appear in front of him. His strength is also terrifying. One of the experienced old agents raised his arm alertly in defense at the moment when he approached, and was hit by a whip kick in anticipation. Although it seemed to be blocked, his entire arm was almost shattered, and the whole person flew far away, unable to move for a while. Leng Ji kicked an agent with a front kick, relying on the explosive power of his legs. The latter flew out, and his back hit the wall and cracked. The other two agents caught the moment when he kicked at the same time and took advantage of his pause to stab with their knives on the left and right. But Leng Ji didn't even look at them. He turned around lightly, and with his hands, he easily deflected the two men's swords. In the end, one of them chopped his teammate's arm, and the other slashed his teammate's thigh. Leng Ji turned around and punched them twice, and the two men flew backwards with blood spurting out of their mouths. His absolutely overwhelming power, outstanding speed, and first-class combat awareness and skills made him look like an invincible god of war. It's been so long, and there's still no improvement as always. Leng Ji said to himself, that's why I don't have any expectations for the special service. Bang! The shotgun firepower accurately caught the moment when Leng Ji paused in his attack, and a shot hit his side. Leng Ji paused and staggered back half a step under the impact of kinetic energy. When he stood still, he quickly locked onto Agent Luo Yajin. Good marksmanship. As he said this, he shook his body and dodged Luo Yajin's next shot in anticipation and flew in front of him. For a well-trained martial arts master, guns are far less effective than blades at this distance, and Luo Yajin is well aware of this. Therefore, he did not try to shoot again, but used his free hand to transform into a knife and slash the thin blade horizontally to meet Leng Ji, who was rushing towards him. Luo Yajin had heard of Leng Ji's name in the past and knew that this ace agent had once won the title of fighting champion in the department before he defected. But that was in the past. Luo Yajin claimed to be quite knowledgeable in fighting, and it was still unclear who would win in a fight with a former defected champion. However, Leng Ji did not dodge, but just stretched out his hand and grabbed the part of his arm that had been transformed into a blade with strange precision. An incredibly strong force came from that palm, and Leng Ji grabbed his arm and pulled it, dissolving the force of the slash, and the sharp blade suddenly changed direction strangely and pierced Luo Yajin's lower abdomen. Luo Yajin's penis shrank. Although there was a component of basic attribute suppression, he never expected that victory or defeat would only require one move. Is this guy really that strong? Almost at the same second, a flash of red light flashed from the side. The red-clothed phantom floated silently behind Leng Ji, and 10 slender fingers like bones appeared from under his sleeves. But Leng Ji still stood still, and his arm stretched out like lightning, and he grabbed the phantom's slender neck. The red-clothed phantom's movement was immediately cut off, and the weightless body was lifted off the ground by Leng Ji with one hand. Then Leng Ji raised his right leg suddenly and kicked sideways. The phantom's sleeves fluttered wildly, and it bounced on the ground like a stone skipping on the water, and shot into the back wall at an obtuse angle, causing a rumbling sound. Luo Yajin covered the wound on his body and retreated. While carefully pulling the sharp blade out of the wound, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fuck, what kind of monster are you?" It was completely different from other phantoms, and was not at the same level at all. After a few rounds, Luo Yajin realized that this team could not handle him, at least not with the current deployment and equipment. This guy was simply too strong. If you want to defeat this guy, the biggest chance is to bang. The lights went out, and the underground space fell into darkness. Luo Yajin curled his lips in the darkness. MD, he's finally here. Chapter 124 broadcast. 2022-08-14 2 minutes ago, after defeating all 3 phantoms guarding the gate and putting the hostages back to the ground through the pipe system, Chu Cheng controlled Batman again and returned to the gate, and then he found that the frontal team battle was not over yet. Not only was it not over yet, it even looked like it was going to collapse. Originally, the asylum seemed to be on the verge of winning, but a big brother suddenly appeared from nowhere on the opposite side, and he started killing people indiscriminately, and directly destroyed the asylum team, which had a great advantage. Leng Ji. Chu Cheng remembered that Agent Luo seemed to have mentioned this name to him while he was on his way. The defected agent? I think so, sir. Friday said. So there are ace agents from the 9th Division in this Death Soldier organization? It seems so, sir. Chu Cheng. Well, after the bus and the 5-star hotel in the Fentao Madhouse, this organization has now been given a new title in Chu Cheng's eyes, the Special Service Distillery. In more than 1,000 episodes of TV, Jin is the only one in C, and the rest are either trash or traitors. But on second thought, it doesn't seem right. According to the current known intelligence, Agent Leng Ji was a model worker in the organization before his betrayal. He did all the dirty work. If the Madhouse wanted to be the annual outstanding model patient, he would definitely be the first choice. So if we compare it to the distillery, it should be like one day Jin threw his hat and pointed a gun at the boss, saying sorry, I'm also a JC. Thinking about it carefully, the plot seems to be more serious. In short, he doesn't expect the Madhouse to get better. Anyway, it is normal for this organization to be as leaky as a sieve at home and cook like a chef outside. As long as the Fentao continues to float in the sky and doesn't hoe the ground, it will be considered halfway won. Of course, it is not a big problem. After all, if the cook didn't cook well, Chu Cheng wouldn't have been able to pick up so many loopholes and develop so comfortably. Just now, Batman was still on his way, and Friday had borrowed the first-person perspective of the agents on the scene of the 9th Department to observe the enemy's situation. So Batman was still in position, and she had already given an analysis. The target object has a strength similar to that of the male-scale armored phantom that we just fought, and the speed and reaction speed are estimated to be similar to that of the female phantom. Possessing the strength and speed of both phantoms at the same time, it sounds a bit difficult to deal with. By the way, the defense is also outstanding. Chu Cheng has never seen such a situation. Leng Ji was wrapped in that unknown substance and looked like a Tokyo foodie. I don't know what kind of person he is. This person looks like the leader of the dead soldiers, or at least a cadre. So if possible, there must be many questions to be answered from him. For example, how many people are there in their organization? Are there other behind the scenes or cadres? And where the stolen evidence from the grave went? What is its use? And even why he betrayed, and what is the inside story? The infected cannot be interrogated. Firstly, because they have no sense of pain, and secondly, because they explode at any time. Whenever you subdue the infected, or try to pry information out of their brains, they often use the head disappearing technique to explode on the spot, so trying to get information from the infected is generally futile. But the Phantom is not necessarily the case. This kind of thing has just appeared not long ago, and everyone still has limited understanding of them, but from the current experience of fighting, it seems that they use pain, and maybe we can get information from them. Of course, this must be based on the premise that we can ensure that we can capture him alive. Do you think we can capture him alive? Chu Cheng asked. The success rate is more than 90%, sir. Friday said, if you want to do this, I have planned a plan for you. Chu Cheng quickly glanced at her recommended plan. It's not 1000%. Forget it. So he started with the usual control skill of turning off the lights, and first dragged the environment into a venue suitable for Batman to fight. Agent Luo Yajin's wound had not healed yet, but he fell to the ground, and looked at Leng Ji and laughed dryly. Ha, you still had a chance just now, but it's too late to run now. Leng Ji ignored him. He looked around in the dark through the mask-like thing on his face, like an experienced hunter patiently waiting for the opportunity. Then suddenly, a shadow pierced out from behind him. A tentacle, flying out from the back of his armor-like material. It pierced into the darkness like lightning and pulled Batman out of the darkness. Batman's ankle was caught, but after landing, he rolled up and immediately got up and broke free, quickly pulling away. Wow, this guy has tentacles. Chu Cheng quickly operated Batman to roll while speaking, narrowly avoiding the second tentacle that stretched out from the opponent's back. At this time, the man already had two on his back, the same ability as the other Phantom we just fought. Friday said, I think he may have the abilities of several Phantoms at the same time. Stitched monster, right? Chu Cheng is not unfamiliar with this routine. It is just that when some industry repeat offenders want to create a very powerful new villain, but can't think of any ruthless tricks, they often use old tricks to make new ones. It is often manifested as directly stitching all the abilities of the previous villains onto the body, a pot of superpower stew, saving time and effort, and it can also be called a tribute, the old tailor's shop. But there is still a problem. So how did he see us? Batman's concealment skills are absolutely master level. Although in the movie The Dark Knight Rises, the master has not been out for 8 years and his sword has rusted, and his invisibility technique was discovered by Bane, but that is a rare case after all. It is still difficult for ordinary people to find the master walking on his knees in the shadows. At least when there is no Green Lantern. So is this Leng Ji really so professional? Can he see all this? It should be the sound, sir. Friday said, I analyzed his behavior patterns and some characteristics, and observed his response to different sounds. There is more than 70% probability that he has hearing enhancement ability. So this is why I recommended it in the first option. Bad broadcast, I understand. When Batman was caught, Leng Ji also chuckled. I caught you. He looked at Batman and showed a thoughtful look. I have heard a lot about you recently, Batman. Some people think you are terrible, including people around me. But you see, you are no different. I can see that you are just a human. Compared with us evolved people, RRR. Chu Cheng selected the equipment and clicked to start. The next second, all the tentacles released at the same time. All the tentacles behind Leng Ji collapsed, and the whole person fell to the ground, holding his head and twitching violently. The agents watched Batman stand up calmly, and Leng Ji, who was like a god of war just now, suddenly fell to the ground and twitched. With the sudden change in style, everyone looked at Batman in surprise and joy. How did he do that? AWW. Fainted, right? Batman's sorcerer theory may be confirmed. But of course this is not a metaphysical spell. As a first-line superhero living in the DC world, where gods and demons are everywhere, the master can still believe in science so firmly. Of course, this does not prevent him from borrowing some metaphysical plugins sometimes, and the purity of his scientific and technological components is naturally beyond doubt. So of course this is not some witchcraft, but serious science, which is the sonic canon that the master carries with him. This is also the reason why Batman was chosen to start the team fight in Friday's plan. Although the master has low output, his multifunctional belt is full of control. It is common sense to control first, and then output when catching a single enemy in the back row. Compared with directly sending output type heroes to rush, it is naturally better to give control first, and then focus fire, which not only takes care of the player's mana bar, but is also relatively efficient. The prototype of this weapon also appeared in the movie Batman Begins. In the movie, it was a sonic weapon that Batman used to call a large number of bats to help. The ultrasonic waves it released are inaudible to humans, but it can call a large number of bats to his side as natural thugs. Later, this weapon was upgraded and modified by Batman, and it was upgraded from a human shaking weapon to an output weapon from the beginning to summon reinforcement. Although normal humans still can't hear this frequency, it can give dogs within a radius of several miles a splitting headache. Or some aliens whose hearing is far more sensitive than that of dogs. The first time Chu Cheng saw this thing, he thought that it must be designed to deal with some super criminals whose hearing happens to be particularly sensitive. Otherwise, it's impossible that the master was bored and designed this thing specifically to torture his teammates. No way, no way. Superman? DD Chapter 125. Do you dare to do some work in the world of the living? When other people go out, they always think about how to fight in a group or the opponent's skills, but Batman is not like that. This guy not only calculates the opponent's skills, but also the teammates' skills. Moreover, he does not consider the coordination in a group, but the kind of calculation that is always wanting to kill him. Although Batman has defeated many high-end bosses, when he is strong, he may have defeated his own teammates even more times. The fundamental reason is that his mental debuff of "there are always villains who want to harm me" makes him always feel that the teammates around him are all unreliable. Especially Superman, who has thick eyebrows and big eyes. It's okay that he has amazing strength, but his brain circuit is still straight. Under the ruthless persecution of various screenwriters, he is either blackened or brainwashed every few days, and he is mentally manipulated from time to time. Therefore, as the only designated anti-Superman prop of the Justice League, Batman has to take up the banner of suppressing crazy teammates again and again. So naturally, it is not entirely his paranoia that his teammates are so bad. After all, as the only ordinary person in this team of gods, he not only has to deal with the world-destroying gods, but also has to deal with the world-destroying teammates. Anyone would go crazy if he were to do this. So under this high-intensity torture, Batman has developed a large number of anti-League equipment in his long history as a member of the Justice League. He wants to have more than one set of coping measures for each of his teammates. So this is why some people say that the Master is a phantom god in the Civil War. Whether he is effective in dealing with foreign enemies may depend on whether the screenwriter is a Batman fan. When the screenwriter does not give him cheats, the Master is sent away like cannon fodder. But if it is about the Civil War to kill teammates, then the Master is not tired. So it doesn't matter if anyone in the Justice League turns evil and goes berserk, because other teammates will push him back. Even if the entire Justice League turns evil, it's not a big problem, because Batman will push them all back. But if Batman goes berserk, then it's over. He can push everyone else. Thanks to the fact that the teammates in the Justice League are so amazing, they can go to heaven and earth and have all kinds of element and abilities. Basically, there is nothing they can't do. So in order to effectively gank these teammates, Batman basically has a plan to deal with most of the conventional superpowers. So if you are going to fight Batman, your superpowers had better not be too common, otherwise you may wish you didn't have them. Ling-Ji has now become one of the superpower victims of the Master. He is indeed using special abilities to enhance his hearing, and the ultrasound that suddenly penetrated his brain almost caused him to crash. He cut off the reception of the ultrasound as quickly as possible, but it was still a little too late. The damn ultrasound made his head dizzy like a ball of paste, and his sense of balance was also very bad. He narrowed his eyes and glared at Batman not far away, as if he was scolding him with his eyes for being despicable and shameless, and actually using such a despicable move. But as soon as he raised his eyes, he saw the other part his cloak swing, raised his hand and smash something down. Metal objects exploded on the ground, and dazzling light burst out instantly. The dark underground environment that was originally dark after the light source was cut off suddenly became as bright as day. The sudden burst of light almost blinded Ling-Ji's titanium dog eyes. It almost sent away the teammates who were watching nearby. Bat flash bomb. There was no way Chu Cheng did it on purpose, but the flash bomb thing originally had AoE and could not turn off friendly damage. It was definitely not because he disliked his teammates who were just hanging out and shouting 666 all day long and deliberately disgusted his teammates. Anyway, it was just a flash bomb, which was not a big problem. The blinding control would not last too long, and the vision would naturally recover after a while. Of course, as a practical effect, the control time was long enough. The strong light stimulation made Ling-Ji lose his vision instantly, and his eyes instantly fell into darkness. Two big words suddenly appeared in his dark mind: shameless. Well, maybe it's not that exaggerated, but the feeling of being on the line with this Batman is indeed different from what he thought. After all, the intelligence collected so far says that Batman is elusive and powerful, and gives people the impression that he should be a master who is righteous and does not fight randomly. As a result, when this guy comes up, he either tortures his ears or tortures his eyes. He never fights head on with people. He doesn't feel like a master, but rather a scumbag who throws sand in the eyes, peppers the eyes, and smokes the nose. If you must say that there is a difference between him and the scum on the street, it is that he is more cunning. The general gangsters are not as rich as him and do not have that kind of skills. However, in fact, for Batman, no matter what shady tricks he uses, as long as he can knock down the opponent, it is a good trick. After all, in order to defeat his good friend Superman, this guy can even do the underworld work of kidnapping his good friend's wife and threatening her with free fall. So you can't say that this person has no principles. You can only say that as an intellectual hero, his bottom line can be very flexible and flexible except for not killing people. Lenji has never faced such an opponent, but his rich experience and extraordinary reaction ability allowed him to make a decision in the first time. Hearing paralysis, loss of balance in the brain, and blinded vision can be quickly restored with extraordinary physical fitness, but it is obviously not practical to recover in a short period of time to the point where he can find Batman in this environment that is darker than the engineering tunnel gate that he visits 7 times a week. Once you lose your senses, you will become very passive. He thought of this in a flash, so almost at the moment of blinding, the tentacles behind him shot out and stabbed straight at the position where Batman was in his last impression. Most people can't even think of counterattacking at this moment when they are stunned and blinded, but Lenji can do it. Not only because his physical fitness has attribute bonuses, but also because he has combat awareness and accomplishments that are difficult for ordinary agents to match. He made a move very quickly, and he was very sure that Batman should still maintain the action of throwing a flash bomb when he made a move, although Batman's own eyepiece must have a flash defense measure, but the action will inevitably stagnate. So his extreme stab still blocked the opponent's high-end operation of casting a spell. In summary, this shot is sure to hit. With such absolute confidence, Lenji raised the corner of his mouth, pulling out a trace of confidence. Checkmate. But what he couldn't see, because he was already blinded, was that almost at the moment before his tentacle stabbed out, Batman took a step and rolled with a reaction speed that ordinary people could not achieve, narrowly avoiding the tentacle's stab. The tentacle that passed by Batman's side stabbed a square transformer box on the wall behind him. The dazzling blue arc instantly illuminated the entire room, and countless flashing electric snakes crawled out along the transformer box. Lenji's tentacles were like 2 straight highways, and the electric current was rushing towards its owner at a speed of 180 km per hour. A new vegetative person was about to be born. Countless dazzling electric sparks burst out from the armor-like material on Lenji's body, and he was twitching all over. At the same time, greetings to the family of the Bat transvestite lunatic instantly popped up in his mind. WDNM, do you dare to do some earthly work? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.